Warrior Lore. Chapter 716. Is it really a fragment of the World Tree? Exclamations rang out one after another. In the auction, everyone's eyes were blazing as they looked at the two auctioneers on the stage. Everyone knew what a fragment of the World Tree represented. If it could be nurtured into a sapling and planted in the Danteon, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. It was said that the reason why the sapling of the World Tree in the Danteon could improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds was because the sapling could absorb the energy of the undying world. The undying world, it was a higher-level world that was beyond the mortal world. If one could devour the energy of the undying world, their cultivation would naturally improve to a level that others could only look up to. However, no one knew whether it was true or not, because no one had ever successfully nurtured a sapling of the World Tree. At that moment, a beautiful servant girl walked up with a tray. The servant girl opened the tray. A piece of charred black wood appeared before everyone's eyes. "This is a fragment of the World Tree," the female auctioneer said. "Why is it charred black? Was it struck by lightning?" Someone asked. The old auctioneer nodded and said, "That's right. This is a piece of lightning wood. However, even after being struck by lightning, it has been preserved until now without any damage. Our auction house has tried to break this piece of lightning wood with Tao artifacts. We can confirm that this is a fragment of the World Tree." The old auctioneer's words caused an uproar in the auction house. A fragment of the World Tree. It was too precious. Many major factions were ready to make a move. In the private room, Lin Feng sat down. A fragment of the World Tree that has lost its vitality. Lin Feng shook his head. He had a leaf of the World Tree that the Fire Qilin had given him. A fragment of the World Tree that still had vitality. The leaf of the World Tree could sense it. But now, the fragment of the World Tree on the auction stage did not cause any changes to Lin Feng's leaf of the World Tree. This meant that the fragment of the World Tree had lost all its vitality. A fragment of the World Tree like this, it could not be nurtured into a sapling of the World Tree. However, it could be forged into a powerful treasure. At this moment, someone raised a question. "Although the fragment of the World Tree is good, I'm very puzzled. Why would someone take out such a treasure? Why don't you nurture your own World Tree sapling?" The old auctioneer explained, "I haven't sensed any signs of life from this fragment of the World Tree yet. Perhaps it still has some signs of life, but we need to find a way to break open the World Tree. Another possibility is that it has already lost all signs of life." The auction house would not hide the flaws of the auction item. Otherwise, he would be ruining his reputation. "It would be a pity if the World Tree had lost its vitality," said Lin Feng. Many people shook their heads. The auctioneer said, "The starting bid for this item is 1 billion spirit stones. A fragment of the World Tree that has lost its vitality. The starting price is 1 billion. This is daylight robbery." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. But even so, there were still many powerful organizations that were interested in this fragment of the World Tree. So what if he lost his life force? This fragment of the World Tree belonged to the wood element. It was a wood elemental supreme treasure. It could be used to create powerful wood-type magic treasures. 1 billion. Soon, someone began to bid. 1 billion. Then, someone raised the price. The price of the fragment of the World Tree sword. In the end, it reached a sky-high price of 23.5 billion. Then, one precious item after another was taken out for auction. Lin Feng was basically watching the show, because even if he took a fancy to many of the auction items, it was also very difficult for him to compete with those top organizations. An auction item could be worth billions, or even tens of billions. The price was frighteningly high. Everyone, please pay attention. The next item to be auctioned is an 87,000-year-old sacred medicine. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction house, it was in an uproar. Only sacred medicines that had grown for more than 70,000 years were sacred medicines. A sacred medicine of this level, it could preserve one's appearance forever. It could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. It could revive the dead. A treasure of this level was rare even among the ancient organizations. But now, someone was actually taking it out for auction. It was simply unbelievable. A maidservant brought the Saint Herb over. There was a transparent glass bottle in the maid's hand. The glass bottle was reinforced with layers of seals. Inside the glass bottle was a snow-white ginseng. This sacred medicine is called the Snow Mountain Ginseng. The starting price is 10 billion. The female auctioneer said. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp when he heard the starting price. 10 billion ordinary spirit stones. If converted to supreme-grade spirit stones, it would be 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. When the time came, it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. In a sense, for many large organizations, such a sacred medicine was even more attractive to them than a Tao artifact, because many large organizations had Tao artifacts, but they didn't necessarily have sacred medicines. These large organizations all had cultivators at the level of old antiques. Some old antiques were nearing the end of their lifespans. If they died, it would be a heavy blow to this large organization. But if they used the sacred medicine to extend their lives for 500 years, it was too important to this organization. Soon, many organizations began to compete crazily. The price of the sacred medicine, the Snow Mountain Ginseng, rose. From the initial 10 billion. Soon, it reached 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, and it was still rising crazily. In the end, the price was 900 billion spirit stones. It was bought by the ancient Great Xia dynasty. What a sky-high price! Lin Feng was shocked. He also had 2 vermilion bird fruits, but Lin Feng didn't intend to auction them. This thing was a life-saving treasure at a critical moment. Moreover, it couldn't be bought with spirit stones. If he didn't have no choice, he definitely couldn't take it out for auction. One by one, the auction items were taken out for auction. At this moment, a servant girl walked up with a new auction item. Lin Feng looked over and found that the auction item was actually a very strange, pitch-black stone. This is a meteorite from outer space, but we have tried our best, but we were unable to find out the origin of this meteorite. The old auctioneer introduced. Meteorite from outer space? Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Only stones that fell through the endless atmosphere could be called meteorites. And at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the beast egg was fluctuating violently. Waves of desire surged from the beast egg into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng was shocked. Beast egg. This incomparably mysterious beast egg. This beast egg that suppressed even the descendants of heavenly gods. It actually surged with such desire. Lin Feng looked at the meteorite from outer space. It was that meteorite that had awakened the beast egg from its slumber. Could it be that it's not a meteorite from outer space? Chapter 717. This beast egg was very mysterious. It hid a big secret, except when he encountered the divine egg of the god's descendant. The beast egg woke up on its own. Other than that time, the beast egg didn't move again. This was the second time the beast egg moved. Lin Feng carefully sensed the beast egg's fluctuations. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to sense the beast egg's emotions. Desire. That was an extremely desired emotion. You want that stone? Lin Feng asked. The beast egg then transmitted an even more desired emotion. The little guy in the beast egg obviously couldn't express its thoughts. Then, the beast egg transmitted another message to Lin Feng. You mean that thing is very useful to you? Lin Feng carefully sensed it and asked. The little guy in the beast egg transmitted waves of excitement. But soon, that emotion became pitiful. It seemed to be begging Lin Feng to help it win the bid. This little guy hasn't hatched yet, but it's already so smart. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. If he waited until the little guy hatched, he didn't know how heaven-defying it would be. Obviously, that black stone should be something that could help the little guy hatch. Although Lin Feng didn't know what it was. Since this thing was useful to the little guy, no matter how big the price he had to pay, he had to think of a way to get that treasure. He was looking forward to the moment when the little guy hatched. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what kind of breed the little guy was. Wait patiently, I'll get it for you, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The little guy immediately sent out a wave of extremely excited fluctuation. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also full of joy. It was too heaven-defying. This little guy would definitely grow into an extremely terrifying existence in the future. When the time came, he would have an extremely powerful pet by his side. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. The starting price of this meteorite is 500 million star stones. The female auctioneer said, "The starting price is so high." Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. The things that were auctioned at the auction were all exquisite. For the sake of better calculation, during the auction, the most common low-grade spirit stones were used to calculate the price. However, when it came to the real deal, they were all traded with top-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the meteorite was 500 top-grade spirit stones, 550 million, 600 million. Many people participated in the competition. Price. Naturally, it continued to rise. Soon, it passed the 1 billion mark, and he had no intention of stopping at all. The auction this time had attracted too many people from the major forces. Therefore, the final price of the auction items was very high. When the price was raised to 2 billion, Lin Feng also participated in the competition. In the end, the price of this auction item was fixed at a sky-high price of 5 billion. I only have 3,200 spiritual stones of the best quality. I wonder if I'll be able to get 4,500 spiritual stones of the best quality after selling the golden fire fruits. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he thought that he had collected so many spirit stones. He had enough supreme-grade spirit stones to break through to the yin-yang realm, but he didn't expect that. Because of the sudden incident in front of him, not only did he use up all the 3,200 spiritual stones he had accumulated, he still owed 1,300 spiritual stones of the best quality. Lin Gongzi, this is the meteorite you bought? Zhang Chao personally came to Lin Feng. He sent the meteorite over. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Elder, I'll have to trouble you to send it over personally. I'll pay for it after the auction is over. Is that okay?" Zhang Chao smiled and said, "Of course, there's no problem. I won't disturb Lin Gongzi. If Lin Gongzi takes a fancy to any auction items, you can inform me." The president said that if Lin Gongzi has any financial problems, we can help. We're all friends, so Lin Gongzi, don't refuse a friend's help. This Zhang Chao was very good at talking. That was to get closer to Lin Feng. And if Lin Feng really asked for financial help from the auction house, he could also sell Lin Feng a favor. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If there's a need, I'll contact the elder." Zhang Chao nodded and left. Lin Feng used a spirit array to seal the room. Shua. In the next moment, the beast egg flew out. The beast egg was shrouded in black fog. Waves of incomparably excited emotions spread out from the beast egg. The beast egg circled around the meteorite. "Little guy, how do you devour the meteorite? Eat this stone directly?" Lin Feng knocked on the meteorite. Although the meteorite was the size of a fist, it weighed at least 1,000 kilograms. Soon after, another wave of fluctuation came from the beast egg. "Are you saying that you're not devouring the stone? Instead, you're devouring the thing inside the stone?" Lin Feng asked. The beast egg swayed in midair, as if it was nodding. "But how do you open the meteorite? It's too hard." Lin Feng frowned. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a ball of black gas surged out from the beast egg. The black gas directly enveloped the meteorite. That ball of black gas was very strange. It was also very terrifying. After the meteorite was enveloped by the black gas, kacha sounds could be heard. The meteorite was actually cracking. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. That ball of black gas just now was too abnormal, wasn't it? That was a meteorite from outer space. Even a Tao artifact would find it difficult to directly destroy a meteorite from outer space, right? However, the black gas in the beast egg had actually directly destroyed the meteorite from outer space. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what was wrapped in the meteorite. In the center of the meteorite, there was a ball of golden liquid. He didn't know what it was. The golden liquid emitted astonishing fluctuations. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already used an array to seal the room. Or else, it would definitely be noticed by the experts outside. At this moment, the beast egg devoured the golden liquid. Within the beast egg, dense runes appeared. One rune after another twisted together. It emitted a mysterious fluctuation and aura. From the beast egg came the little guy's excited cries. After swallowing the golden liquid, the little guy had obviously obtained great benefits. Kacha kacha. At the same time, Lin Feng saw that the beast egg's eggshell had begun to crack. One by one, the runes surged into the beast egg. Those runes contained a powerful force. Now, they seemed to have fused into the little guy's bloodline and were controlled by the little guy. Within the beast egg, a black light was emitted. Kacha kacha. The beast egg's eggshell cracked more and more. Is it going to hatch? Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Now that the little guy had swallowed the mysterious golden liquid, the eggshell continued to crack, as if it was really about to hatch. What kind of exotic beast is this little guy? Chapter 7:18. The eggshell was about to crack completely. Just as the little guy was about to hatch, Yizichin thought. But, at this moment, the eggshell stopped cracking. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. The little guy sent a weak, spiritual wave to Lin Feng. Not enough energy? Lin Feng was puzzled. The little guy sent a wave of sighing to Lin Feng. Isn't this too much? It's about to hatch, but it can't hatch because there's not enough energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. Then, Lin Feng communicated with the little guy. It couldn't hatch. The little guy was dejected. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted the little guy, telling him not to worry. It was only a matter of time before it hatched. With Lin Feng's consolation, the little guy, who was originally sulking, became lively again. The beast egg circled around Lin Feng. The little guy and the beast egg sent out waves of joyful spiritual wave. After playing for a while, then, it returned to the storage ring to rest. What was that golden divine liquid just now? It can actually help the beast egg hatch? Lin Feng's heart was filled with confusion. But obviously, that thing, it was absolutely shocking. Because, even a sacred medicine couldn't arouse the interest of the little guy in the beast egg. But, the little guy almost hatched the small ball of golden divine liquid inside the meteorite. The only pity was, the amount of golden divine liquid was too little. Looks like I can only wait for the next opportunity. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The beast egg didn't hatch. Lin Feng was naturally a little disappointed. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Lin Feng really wanted to know what kind of creature his pet was. Outside, the auction continued. One treasure after another was taken out for auction. The next item is a golden flame fruit, a natural treasure that can help a cultivator break through to the yin-yang realm. At this time, the old auctioneer's voice was heard. Immediately after, a maidservant walked up with the golden flame fruits. It's the golden fire fruit's turn. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt a little uneasy. He wondered what kind of price the golden flame fruit would fetch. It really is the golden flame fruit. Someone is actually auctioning something like this? The patriarch has already sent us a message. He wants us to buy the golden fire fruit and give it to the young master, who hasn't been able to break through yet. Haha, the golden flame fruit is mine for sure. I will offer this treasure to the Grand Elder of the Penglai Divine Land. The Grand Elder will be very happy. His great-great-grandson has been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that he can make a breakthrough, I can use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Penglai Divine Land. Many people began to discuss. Many people seemed to be determined to get the golden flame fruit. The auctioneer smiled and said, the starting price of the golden fire fruit is 200 million. The bidding starts now. An intense competition ensued. The price of the golden flame fruit rose steadily. In the end, the price was fixed at 4 billion. This price surprised Lin Feng. He obviously did not expect the golden flame fruit to be auctioned at such a price. Lin Feng originally thought that the golden flame fruit could only be auctioned at 2 billion. He did not expect it to be auctioned at 4 billion. After the golden flame fruit was auctioned, Lin Feng did not continue to stay at the auction. He asked someone to contact Jiang Chao. He planned to pay the spirit stones for the meteorite and leave. Jiang Chao received Lin Feng in the VIP room. Lin Gongzi, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Chao smiled. I've already bought what I need. I'm not interested in anything else. Lin Feng smiled and said, Jiang Chao was a little regretful. He had hoped that Lin Feng would be interested in a few auction items. Then, he would compete. He knew that Lin Feng did not have enough financial resources. When the time came, Lin Feng would borrow money from the auction house. This way, Lin Feng would owe him a favor. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng was about to leave. Jiang Chao said, the golden flame fruit was auctioned for 4 billion low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction house will take 30% of the commission, so Lin Gongzi will receive 2,800 top-grade spirit stones. Previously, Lin Gongzi spent 4,500 top-grade spirit stones to bid for the meteorite. Now, Lin Gongzi can pay me 1,700 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng nodded and took out 1,700 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Jiang Chao. He still had 1,500 top-grade spirit stones left. Ordinary people broke through to the yin-yang realm. They could break through by spending at most 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, Lin Feng's savings were too powerful. It was dozens of times more than a cultivator of the same level. Therefore, before Lin Feng broke through to the yin-yang realm, he had to accumulate more than 3,000 top-grade spirit stones to ensure that he would not encounter a crisis when he broke through. Lin Feng bid farewell to Jiang Chao. The next day, Lin Feng hosted a banquet and invited Morong Baichuan, Wang Chengming, Nangong Hai, and the auction house's president, Jiang Tiando. These were 4 important figures. Young friend, are you going to the ruins of God this time? Jiang Tiando asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. There was nothing to hide. Lin Feng nodded and said, I am indeed going to the ruins of God. To go to the ruins of God, you have to pass through the deep sea. That is the world of the Oceanids and is extremely dangerous. So, young friend, you should take a boat there. Morong Baichuan said, The Oceanids? Lin Feng said in surprise, could it be that the Oceanids attack human cultivators? The boundless sea originally belonged to the Oceanids, but later, human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even demon cultivators entered the sea to establish forces. This is equivalent to taking over the Oceanids' territory, so the Oceanids hate cultivators of other races. Wang Chengming said, Are the Oceanids very powerful? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Hai nodded and said, They are indeed very powerful, but ever since the Great Divine Demon War, the oceanic race's power has greatly weakened, while the other factions have rapidly developed. As such, the oceanic race has retreated to the depths of the ocean. Although they can't compare to the past, the Oceanids are still very powerful. If anyone dares to pass through their territory, the Oceanids will launch a fierce attack. Is it safe to take a boat? Lin Feng asked. It's not an ordinary boat either. These boats are huge battleships with powerful offensive and defensive systems. Moreover, when they go out to sea, it's not just one boat, but dozens of them. Even the Oceanids have to think twice before facing such a powerful force. Once they start fighting, there will be disastrous casualties. The higher-ups of the Oceanids naturally don't want their people to die, so taking a boat is very safe. Jiang Tiando said, Seniors, don't you plan to go to the ruins of God? Lin Feng asked. The ruins of God. We've been there. Morong Baichuan's aged eyes were filled with reminiscence. He smiled and said, It's indeed a place full of opportunities, but after going there once, you shouldn't go there a second time. Opportunities are determined by the heavens. We already obtained our opportunities the last time the ruins of God opened. The next day, Lin Feng went to the harbor. Giant warships that were 10,000 meters long were docked at the harbor. There were a total of 36 such giant ships. If someone wanted to board one of the boats, they had to pay a top-grade spirit stone. It was extremely expensive, but it was worth it. Chapter 719. Lin Feng paid a piece of top-grade spirit stone. He also boarded the giant ship. This giant ship was called Wind Ride. Sometimes, it would ride the wind and break the waves, flying straight into the sea. Riding the wind meant to move forward with the wind. This wind ride was not something that the ships that had just entered the sea could compare to. The wind ride was 10,000 meters long. There were 135 types of offensive arrays, 77 types of defensive arrays, and 52 types of auxiliary arrays on it. Such a giant ship, even if it encountered a ferocious sea monster like the nether demon shark, could contend against it. Not to mention, once they went out to sea, the fleet would go out together, and not alone. On the ship, people came and went. It was extremely lively. Now that the ruins of God had opened, at least more than half of Tianwu University's 3,000 prefectures had come. So, one could imagine how many people would come. A giant ship could hold 500,000 people. 36 giant ships could hold 18 million people. If the staff on the giant ship were included, the entire fleet, there were about 20 million people. It was equivalent to putting all the people in a small city into a fleet. Among these 20 million people, there were many experts. No wonder Jiang Tiando, Morong Baichuan, and the others said that it was safe to ride the giant ship. Such a huge force. Even though the Sea Clan ruled the inner sea and was powerful. But if they wanted to attack the fleet, they also had to consider whether they could bear such a huge loss. Monk. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a monk on the giant ship. This was a young monk who looked to be around 20 years old. He wore a green kasaya. This made Lin Feng very surprised, because in the Tianwu continent, whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, very few people walked outside. As for the immeasurable Taoist, he belonged to the moving mountain Taoist lineage, a lineage that was despised by Taoism. In the eyes of the orthodox Taoists, this lineage was not even considered a branch of Taoism. Therefore, it was very difficult to see a proper Taoist. Lin Feng did not only see a monk, he also saw a Taoist. In the distance, there was a young Taoist around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. They are all Taoists. The immeasurable Taoist is so wretched. Look at this one. He has the demeanor of an immortal. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. People were most afraid of comparisons. A comparison. The gap between them was immediately apparent. Many cultivators were chatting on the deck. Some cultivators also entered the cabin. The cabins were also divided into ordinary cabins and VIP cabins. Paying a piece of top-grade spirit stone would be an ordinary cabin. People came and went. It was very crowded. If he paid another 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, he would have to pay the price. Then, he could proceed to the VIP cabin. The VIP cabins were all individual private rooms. The room was protected by restrictions. Therefore, if one were to rest or cultivate inside, they would not be disturbed. It was a long journey. Lin Feng headed for the VIP cabin. He planned to use this time to practice drawing spirit arrays. He wanted to improve his array formation skills. After Lin Feng handed over the spirit stones, someone led Lin Feng to the VIP box. There are only 10 VIP cabins left on this floor. If you're not satisfied, we can go to other cabins, said Lin Feng. The beautiful maid who brought Lin Feng over said with a professional smile. Lin Feng said, "The private rooms here are fine as well. I'll take the third one." Lin Feng pointed to a private room. The beautiful maidservant nodded and opened the door to the private room. Lin Feng was about to enter. Wait! At this moment, a voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators walked over. It was a young man and a young woman. It was obvious that these people were from extraordinary backgrounds. The one who spoke was the young man. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. "Brat, this young master has taken a fancy to the private room you chose. Now that it's empty, you can choose another private room," the young master said with an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are 9 private rooms here. Enough for you to choose." The woman laughed. "Zhang Qing, I told you, you can't get this private room. How about it? I was right, wasn't I?" The young master's face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "This young master wants your private room. Do you want me to say it again?" At this time, Lin Feng had already guessed the gist of the matter. This group of people saw that he was about to enter the private room. They made a bet with themselves. The one called Zhang Qing should have said that he could make Lin Feng obediently give up the private room. The woman said that Zhang Qing would not be able to get the private room. These two people were obviously betting with themselves. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhang Qing and said, "Scram." In an instant, absolute silence. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. What was this brat saying? But soon, everyone came back to their senses. Everyone did not hear wrong. Zhang Qing's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Someone actually told him to scram. This brat, did he not want to live anymore? Brat, do you know who I am? Zhang Qing's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, I don't care who you are. I don't have the time to play games with idiots like you. Idiots like us? The rest of the people were stunned. Then, a sinister expression appeared on their faces. Lin Feng's words had scolded everyone. The woman was called Li Rong. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said sarcastically, These days, there's no lack of people who seek their own deaths, said Lin Feng indifferently. Women should act like women. Don't act like flies and annoy people. You dare to mock me? Zhang Rong looked angrily at Lin Feng. Mock you? Are you worthy? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When the maid beside Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was in conflict with these people, she quickly reminded him, Don't worry. She hastily reminded him, Sir, please don't fight with them. They're from the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island is one of the 36 most powerful groups in the East China Sea. If you offend them, you won't have a good ending. Sir, hurry up and apologize to them. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Blood Soul Island? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had heard of Blood Soul Island before. However, he had not expected to get into a conflict with them today. Brat, since you know we're from Blood Soul Island, are you afraid? Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng coldly and proudly. They were even thinking about how to humiliate Lin Feng later to vent their anger. Afraid? What a joke. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly. Get lost. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others' arrogant expressions froze. They had not thought that Lin Feng would dare to tell them to get lost after knowing their identities. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others' expressions turned cold. Brat, do you want to die? Men, teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Qing sneered. Yes. Chapter 720. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a small fry. Offending them, it was a dead end. These people seemed to have seen Lin Feng being kicked to the ground. However, what they didn't expect was, Lin Feng easily dodged the kick from the cultivator on their side. Then, Lin Feng punched out. Bang! The cultivator was immediately sent flying. Catch him! Zhang Qing shouted with a gloomy expression. Two cultivators quickly rushed out, wanting to catch the cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. But when their bodies came into contact with the cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng, they felt as if a mountain had crashed into them. A powerful force violently shook their bodies. The three of them were sent flying more than 10 meters away as if they were struck by lightning. They fell to the ground. Their bones were broken by the powerful force. They howled in pain. Lin Feng attacked. He would definitely not show mercy. A bunch of trash. How dare you cause trouble for me? Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. At this moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. The doors of the private rooms opened. Many people rushed out of the private rooms and surrounded the area to watch the show. Isn't that Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island? Someone recognized the identities of Zhang Qing and the others. That's right. It's Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island. Who is that kid? He offended Zhang Qing and Li Rong? The Blood Soul Island is an evil force. These people are cruel and merciless. Although they have restrained themselves in recent years, it doesn't mean that the people of the Blood Soul Island are easy to deal with. Offending the Blood Soul Island is a big problem, and they even fought. This is even worse. Blood Soul Island won't let this go. Many people were pointing at them and discussing animatedly. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was a martial king cultivator. He didn't have much power to resist the people from Blood Soul Island. One had to know. Blood Soul Island. Zhang Qing and Li Rong were both in the yin-yang realm. Even if Zhang Qing and Li Rong didn't make a move, the cultivators behind them, they were all at the peak of the martial king realm. They swarmed forward. He could also take down Lin Feng. Brat, I really couldn't tell that you have some skills. However, do you think that you can jump around in front of me with just this little bit of cultivation? Everyone, go and capture this brat. See how I deal with him." Zhang Qing waved his hand, a sinister smile on his face.
Yes.
Receiving Zhang Qing's order, the cultivators of Blood Soul Island all rushed towards Lin Feng. Zhang Qing and Li Rong stared coldly at Lin Feng. 13 cultivators at the peak of the Martial King realm are attacking together. That brat is finished. Many cultivators exclaimed. The cultivators of the Blood Soul Island all looked cold and gloomy. One by one, they unleashed powerful secret techniques to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. In his eyes, these people were simply ants that were not worth mentioning. He would kill them with his own hands. They would only dirty his hands. Get lost. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. A powerful aura surged out. It instantly enveloped the dozen cultivators of Blood Soul Island. Wah! These cultivators of Blood Soul Island. It was as if they were struck by lightning. One by one, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies moved dozens of meters away. Thump! Thump! The cultivators of Blood Soul Island fell to the ground one by one. Screams were heard. Silence. The VIP cabin, which was originally filled with people, suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had an expression of disbelief. A loud roar. More than a dozen peak Martial King realm experts were seriously injured. This was too terrifying. So powerful. The maidservant who led Lin Feng here before slightly opened her red lips, full of shock. She originally thought that Lin Feng had caused a disaster. He would definitely be beaten up badly by the people of Blood Soul Island. She did not expect that. Lin Feng would be so powerful. That kid hid his cultivation level? Many of the cultivators who were watching muttered. A Martial King realm cultivator seriously injured more than a dozen peak Martial King realm cultivators with a loud roar? Anyway, they did not believe that such a thing could happen. He must have hidden his cultivation level. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qing and Li Rong's faces also became very ugly. Although they were both at the Yin-Yang realm, they could not do what Lin Feng did. A loud roar. He could seriously injure more than a dozen peak Martial King realm cultivators with a roar. What kind of cultivation level could do this? Zhang Qing and Li Rong knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. They had underestimated this kid in front of them. There are always some people who like to use the so-called forces behind them to humiliate others. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? Sooner or later, you will offend someone that even you can't afford to offend. I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is to be beaten half to death by me. 2 is to slap yourselves 10 times and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Qing and Li Rong coldly. Many people looked at Zhang Qing and Li Rong with gloating eyes. Blood Soul Island was an evil force. It had a bad reputation. It was said that Blood Soul Island secretly sent many experts to disguise themselves as pirates to kill and rob. Many people were extremely angry, but there was no evidence. Therefore, when they saw the people of Blood Soul Island being humiliated, not only did they not have any pity, on the contrary, they felt very happy. Kid, do you want to fight to the death with Blood Soul Island? Zhang Qing would not slap his own face. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily. At this moment, he mentioned Blood Soul Island. Obviously, Zhang Qing wanted to use the reputation of Blood Soul Island to intimidate Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to be afraid of Blood Soul Island, so that he would not make things difficult for them. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you threatening me?" His eyes turned cold. Then, a terrifying force spread out. Bang! The force that spread out from Lin Feng's body directly bombarded Zhang Qing's body. Zhang Qing was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He did not even have the ability to resist. Zhang Qing was only at the first firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. In front of Lin Feng, he was as weak as an ant. Force. Heavens! He actually condensed force. No wonder he is so powerful. Many people exclaimed. They could feel the force in Lin Feng's body. Many people were deeply shocked. Even if he was a creation realm expert, he could condense force. It was extremely rare. Lin Feng, a cultivator in his 20s, could actually condense force. This was really too terrifying. Lin Feng walked step by step toward Zhang Qing and Li Rong. Li Rong's original pride had been completely crushed. Her whole body was trembling. Zhang Qing looked at Lin Feng with a face full of fear. I was wrong. Forgive me. I will slap my own face. Chapter 721. The slap landed on his face. His heart was filled with hatred. Zhang Qing lowered his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut this person who brought shame to him into 1,000 pieces. But Zhang Qing knew. He was no match for Lin Feng. He had to endure. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. It had to be said that this Zhang Qing, he was really good at enduring. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Li Rong indifferently. Li Rong's mouth twitched violently. She wanted to beg. But when she saw Lin Feng's cold gaze, Li Rong swallowed the words that she wanted to blurt out. Li Rong raised her hand. She slapped herself 10 times. Can you let us go now? Zhang Qing and Li Rong asked. Scram. Lin Feng said indifferently. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others turned and left quickly. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng naturally knew that these people would hate him, but he didn't care. Only a mediocre person would not be hated. Zhang Qing and Li Rong were small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. This guy is really strong. He actually made Zhang Qing and Li Rong slap their own faces. But by doing so, he has completely offended Blood Soul Island. Brother, you're too naive. If he didn't do this, wouldn't he have offended Blood Soul Island? Those people from the Blood Soul Island are evil cultivators. Since they already had a conflict, they won't let it go so easily. But that boy is really decisive. He doesn't seem to care about them at all. I don't know who he is. He's probably the successor of a major force in the inner continent. But this kid forgot that he's in the deep sea now. The major forces in the inner continent don't have much influence in the sea. I don't think this matter will end so easily. Let's just wait and see. Many cultivators whispered. At this moment, Lin Feng added another array formation outside his box. These boxes were soundproof, but it couldn't stop others from destroying the boxes. Lin Feng naturally knew that the people from Blood Soul Island wouldn't let this matter end so easily. It would be fine if these people didn't come. Since they were here, they naturally wouldn't let them off lightly. Do you think that this is a place where anyone can come and behave atrociously? Lin Feng then entered the private room. The area of the room was about 50 square meters, and the decoration inside was very luxurious. There was even a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy was abundant. No wonder it would cost 10 top-grade spirit stones. What a luxurious life. He lay on the bed for a while. Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to regulate his breathing. In the following period of time, Lin Feng estimated that it would take more than 2 months to reach the ruins of God. Such a long time. Lin Feng naturally had many things to do. Cultivate. Then, he studied spirit arrays and alchemy. He couldn't give up on his cultivation. He couldn't neglect the 2 support skills either. This was especially true for spirit arrays. It was too important. At that moment, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others arrived at another VIP cabin. There were several cultivators from the Blood Soul Island here, and they were all Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. Several Yin-Yang Realm cultivators from the Blood Soul Island were talking to a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. The middle-aged cultivator was wearing the robe of the Spirit Array Guild. He was obviously a Spirit Array master. His crescent moon robe, it revealed his identity. This was an elder of the Spirit Array Guild. There were many types of robes in the Spirit Array Guild. Ordinary Spirit Array masters wore white robes. If one became a Deacon Spirit Array master, they would wear a star robe. The Elder Spirit Array master wore a crescent moon robe. The Great Elder Spirit Array master wore a sun robe. If one broke through to the heaven realm, they would wear a sun-moon star robe. This middle-aged man was called Zhan Junhua. This person worked in the East Sea Spirit Array Guild. He was naturally a high and mighty figure. Even the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island were fawning over Zhan Junhua. Senior brother, please uphold justice for us. Zhang Qing and Li Rong came here and looked at the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island with pitiful expressions. Elder Zhan is sitting here. How can you be so impolite? A Blood Soul Island cultivator named Tang Miaoshang said in a deep voice. Zhang Qing and Li Rong also noticed Zhang Junhua at this time. They naturally knew Zhang Junhua of the Spirit Array Guild. The two of them hurriedly bowed and said, "We were rude. Please forgive us, Elder." Zhang Junhua smiled and said, "It's understandable that you didn't see clearly." At this time, Tang Miaoxing said, "Since Elder Zhang is magnanimous and doesn't blame you, I won't punish you. What happened? Why did you come here in a panic?" Li Rong immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, we were bullied by a brat." "Oh? Someone dares to bully the cultivators of our Blood Soul Island?" Tang Miaoxing's expression darkened. "That brat knows that we are cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. It's obvious that he doesn't put us in his eyes." Zhang Qing said, "How preposterous." Tang Miaoxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Tang Miaoxing didn't ask Zhang Qing and Li Rong why they had a conflict with someone. He wasn't interested in this, because in Tang Miaoxing's opinion, if the other party took the initiative to bully the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island, he would be courting death. If the brat dared to resist because the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island bullied him, he would also be courting death. Anyway, that was it. No matter what the reason was, that brat actually dared to attack the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. He was courting death. This was the reason why most people didn't dare to offend the people of the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island did things. They didn't care about right or wrong. They were domineering and ruthless. If anyone offended them, it didn't matter if they were right or wrong. They would still be retaliated against by the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. "Senior brothers, stay here and accompany Elder Zhang. I'll be back soon," Tang Miaoxing said. The other cultivators of the Blood Soul Island nodded. Tang Miaoxing stood up and looked at Zhang Qing and Li Rong. "Lead the way. I'll meet that brat. Senior brothers, follow us." Zhang Qing and Li Rong led the way. Both of them sneered. They thought, "Brat, I'll make you kneel in front of us and beg for mercy like a dog." Thinking of this scene, the two of them felt happy. Soon, they arrived at the VIP cabin where Lin Feng's private room was. "Look, the people of the Blood Soul Island are here. I was right. The cultivators of the Blood Soul Island are really here. The people of the Blood Soul Island are vengeful." "Is that Tang Miaoxing from the Blood Soul Island?" "What? He's Tang Miaoxing?" "It's said that this person has swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His combat strength is extremely terrifying, and he can defeat opponents who are several realms higher." "That's right. I've also heard of it. I didn't expect Tang Miaoxing to personally take action today. I'm afraid that brat in the private room is finished." Chapter 722. Senior brother, it's that room. That brat must be hiding there. Zhang Qing and Li Rong pointed to the room where Lin Feng was. "Yes." Tang Miaoxing nodded. "Hurry up and get out of the way." The people from Blood Soul Island cleared the way. A path was cleared. Tang Miaoxing was surrounded by many people and walked towards Lin Feng's private room. "I wonder how Tang Miaoxing will deal with that brat when he's caught." Tang Miaoxing is a ruthless person. He will at least break that brat's legs. "I think Tang Miaoxing will destroy that brat's dantia." Many people were discussing. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Tang Miaoxing was famous. He had swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His battle strength was extremely strong. This was also the reason why everyone was not optimistic about Lin Feng. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was very strong. But Tang Miaoxing was also very monstrous, and he was even more powerful than Lin Feng. The two powerful people collided. Naturally, the more powerful one would win. "Brat, get out here." Zhang Qing stood at the door and shouted arrogantly, now that Tang Miaoxing was here. As a result, Zhang Qing's courage grew. However, there was no response from the room, because Lin Feng had activated the sound isolation restriction. No sound could be heard. "Brat, do you think you can hide inside like a turtle? If you don't come out, I will kick the door and drag you out." Zhang Qing sneered and shouted. He kicked the door of the private room. At this moment, a formation pattern appeared and swept towards Zhang Qing. Formation pattern. What a guy. This is a technique to condense a formation in the void. That brat is also a spirit array master? Seeing the formation pattern suddenly appear, many people cried out in alarm. To these cultivators, Spirit Array Masters were mysterious and unfathomable. They were lofty figures. They were both in the yin-yang realm. But if they had the identity of a Spirit Array Master, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhang Qing obviously did not expect Lin Feng to be a Spirit Array Master. Seeing the array pattern sweeping towards them, Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack of the array pattern. However, retreat at this time. It was already too late. Zhang Qing was unable to dodge the attack of the array pattern. He was swept away by the powerful formation runes. There was a thump. He fell to the ground. Crack, crack. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Screams rang out continuously. So powerful? Heavens! What level of formation is this? How could it be so powerful? No matter what, Zhang Qing is still a yin-yang cultivator. He was defeated in an instant. Many people cried out in surprise. Although Zhang Qing's cultivation base was built up through the use of elixirs, Zhang Qing's cultivation base was extremely high. Tang Miaoshang's eyes suddenly darkened, and he threw out 3 consecutive punches. Bang, bang, bang. His fist shook the void. Waves of tyrannical power surged. It suddenly exploded. The formation runes arranged by Lin Feng also showed their power. The formation runes rushed towards Tang Miaoshang. The two sides collided. Tang Miaoshang's fist technique was broken by Lin Feng's formation runes. Tang Miaoshang was swept away. Seeing that Tang Miaoshang was actually at a disadvantage, everyone's expression was one of incomparable astonishment. This was something that no one had expected. Originally, everyone had thought that Tang Miaoshang would be able to easily break the formation runes and then capture Lin Feng. Then, he would ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. After being repelled, Tang Miaoshang's expression suddenly became gloomy. He felt that his face had been damaged. Tang Miaoshang's body turned into a blood-red giant axe and slashed towards the dense formation runes. Blood Shadow Axe Kill. This is a secret technique of Blood Soul Island. Tang Miaoshang can actually turn himself into a blood-red giant axe. He has cultivated this secret technique to the large success stage. Seeing Tang Miaoshang transform into a blood-red giant axe, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Then, another cultivator shouted, "Look! Tang Miaoshang is going to tear all the formation runes." Just as the cultivator's voice fell, the dense formation runes collided with the blood-red giant axe that Tang Miaoshang had turned into. The formation runes actually condensed into the shape of the word destroy. This was a formation combination that Lin Feng had recently researched. He was trying to integrate the Dao aura of the word destroy into the formation. The power of the formation combination would be greatly increased. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull, loud sound. Then, a figure flew out like a kite with a short string. It was actually Tang Miaoshang. A collision. Tang Miaoshang was severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds. Blood dripped. His body cracked like porcelain. Tang Miaoshang roared. He wanted to avoid the formation runes. However, the dense formation runes suppressed him. Plop. Tang Miaoshang directly knelt on the ground, unable to move. "You provoked my dignity. Kneel here and repent." Lin Feng's phantom coldly looked at Tang Miaoshang, who was kneeling on the ground. Then, it dissipated. Everyone was shocked. In the entire VIP cabin. Chapter 723. "Ah, let me go, brat. I'm going to kill you." Tang Miaoshang's face twisted. Tang Miaoshang was a genius of Blood Soul Island. He was powerful. Now, he was kneeling on the ground. He had lost all face. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Tang Miaoshang roared angrily and struggled. But he couldn't break free at all. The array set up by Lin Feng was too powerful. How could Tang Miaoshang break it? Senior brother Tang has been suppressed. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others were almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Tang Miaoshang was a powerful existence that could even defeat a cultivator at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. But now, he was actually suppressed. What level of Spirit Array Master was that brat? The Spirit Array he set up was actually so powerful. The surrounding cultivators also came back to their senses at this moment. They looked at Tang Miaoshang, who was kneeling in front of the box. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. But this was indeed true. Tang Miaoshang had been suppressed, kneeling on the ground. What level of spirit array master is that brat? Isn't the array he set up too powerful? Spirit array masters need to accumulate experience, so breaking through is very difficult. That brat looks like he's only around 20 years old. How could he set up such a powerful array? To be able to suppress Tang Miaoshang, that guy should be an Earth-level spirit array master, right? An Earth-level spirit array master around 20 years old? Heavens, isn't this too monstrous? Many people began to discuss. Their faces were filled with shock. This kind of thing, who would believe it? But it happened right in front of their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. Quick, go back and find Senior Brother Song and the others for help. I want to cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. At this time, Tang Miaoshang calmed down a lot and looked at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. They didn't dare to hesitate and quickly went to find the other Yin-Yang realm cultivators of Blood Soul Island. In the third VIP cabin, Song Yunqing took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhang Junhua. He smiled and said, "Elder Zhang, this is the blood demon liquid refined by one of the supreme elders of Blood Soul Island. After refining it, to greatly increase one's soul power." Zhang Junhua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said reservedly, as the saying goes, one should not receive a reward for nothing. I can't accept such a valuable thing. Although he said that he couldn't accept it, however, his eyes did not leave the porcelain bottle that contained the blood demon liquid. Clearly, Zhang Junhua was just being polite. He really wanted the demonic blood liquid. Song Yunqing smiled and said, "Elder Zhang, it's fate that we met on this giant ship. Although we weren't familiar with each other before, now that we've confided in each other, we should be considered good friends, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to give each other some trinkets?" Song Yunqing really knew how to talk. With just a few words, he had closed the distance between him and Zhang Junhua. Furthermore, it also gave Zhang Junhua a reason to accept the blood demon liquid. Zhang Junhua laughed and said, "Brother Song is right. It's normal for friends to give each other small things. Since that's the case, I'll accept this demonic blood liquid." Zhang Junhua kept the blood demon liquid. This was no small thing. This was a priceless treasure. It was something that couldn't be bought even if one wanted to. With this bottle of demonic blood liquid, one's soul force would increase by a lot. This kind of treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation was the rarest and most expensive treasure. Most of the time, it was priceless. After Zhang Junhua accepted the item, he became much more enthusiastic. He chatted happily with Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsen. At this time, Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the rest anxiously walked over. "Senior brother, something happened." The two of them had long faces. Song Yunqing's expression darkened slightly as he asked, "What happened? Where's junior brother Tang Miaoshang?" Zhang Qing's voice was filled with resentment as he said, "It's that little bastard. He set up a great array and heavily injured me. Senior brother Tang Miaoshang has also been suppressed. He's currently kneeling outside the box." "What? There's such a thing?" Song Yunqing's face suddenly darkened. Li Rong said, "Senior brother, the great array that kid set up is too powerful. We can't break it at all." "Great array? That's easy too. I'll help you break it." Zhang Junhua smiled. He had just accepted the demonic blood liquid. He was in a good mood. From Zhang Junhua's point of view, wasn't cracking a mere array formation an easy task? "Thank you, Elder Zhang." Song Yunqing and the rest hurriedly thanked him. The group quickly arrived at the first VIP cabin. When they arrived, they saw Tang Miaoshang kneeling on the ground from afar. Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsen's expressions immediately darkened. Who is this kid? He's simply courting death. Once Elder Zhang breaks that kid's array, I'll definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. Song Yunqing said sinisterly. "Look, Blood Soul Island's Song Yunqing and the rest are here." Song Yunqing is at the 6th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Wang Haiyang and Lu Junsen beside him are at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Are they trying to break the array by force? No, look at who's beside Song Yunqing. That's Elder Zhang Junhua from the Union of Spiritual Array Masters? That's right, it's Zhang Junhua. They actually invited him. That little boy's deployment spell will definitely be broken. That little boy's most powerful deployment spell is his deployment spell. If his deployment spell is broken, Song Yunqing and the others will definitely capture him. He'll definitely die then. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Elder Zhan. Many cultivators also rushed towards Zhan Junhua to greet him. The elders of the Union of Spiritual Array Masters were all lofty existences.
Yes.
Zhan Junhua nodded proudly. Soon, the group arrived in front of the VIP cabin. Zhan Junhua is going to break the array himself. That kid is really done for. Many people whispered. Zhan Junhua glanced at the array outside the cabin and sneered. Kid, come out. Since you're also a spiritual array master, I'll put in a good word for you. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll break your array. At that time, you'll be captured by the friends from Blood Soul Island. I won't plead on your behalf. No one said anything from the cabin. Zhan Junhua's expression immediately darkened. He felt like he was being ignored. Zhan Junhua said coldly, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for making a move. Zhan Junhua's palm was covered in array patterns as he walked towards the cabin. He was about to break Lin Feng's array. Suddenly, the array patterns outside the cabin distorted. Lin Feng's image appeared. Zhan Junhua, who had been preparing to break the array arrogantly, saw Lin Feng's image. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, his whole body trembled violently. My lord, why are you here? Zhan Junhua clearly recognized Lin Feng's identity and was so scared that his whole body trembled. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. What happened? Why did Zhan Junhua kneel before they even fought? The surrounding cultivators felt like they were about to go crazy. Zhan Junhua was an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Even a cultivator at the creation realm would be polite to Zhan Junhua. But now, Zhan Junhua was kneeling on the ground in fear. Why was this happening? Could it be because? Everyone looked at the illusory figure that appeared in front of the box in horror. Zhan Junhua saw that shadow. That was why he knelt. Was it really that shadow that scared Zhan Junhua to the point of kneeling on the ground? If it's true, who is that young master? How could he scare a big shot like Zhan Junhua to this extent? Everyone stared at the cabin, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. They thought that everything in front of them was just a dream. Chapter 724. Who are you? Lin Feng's shadow looked at Zhan Junhua. This subordinate is an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild, Zhan Junhua said carefully. At that time, when Lin Feng was crowned as the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild, even the 4 saint-level Spirit Array Masters appeared. This matter caused a huge uproar. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng might become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. After all, Lin Feng was only around 20 years old this year. Such a person, not to mention a mere district elder. Even the great elders would probably want to befriend him. So it's someone from the Spirit Array Master Guild. You want to break my array? Lin Feng asked. Zhan Junhua was so scared that he trembled and quickly said, Sir, this subordinate doesn't dare. Then leave, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's shadow disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The array patterns in the air. It also returned to peace. Zhan Junhua let out a long breath. Sir, did you hear that? A big shot like Zhan Junhua actually called that young man, sir? Who exactly is that young man? Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. Elder Zhan, what are you? Seeing Zhan Junhua stand up from the ground, Song Yunqing asked in confusion. When Zhan Junhua saw Song Yunqing now, he had the urge to slap him to death. This guy had actually offended the great elder Lin Feng. He had almost caused him to fall into his trap. However, Zhan Junhua still remembered that Song Yunqing had given him a bottle of blood demon liquid, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Song Yunqing and said, Leave, the lord inside is not someone your Blood Soul Island can provoke. Song Yunqing and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They were very unwilling. However, they could only retreat. Zhan Junhua was like a door god, standing at the side of the box and acting as a guard for Lin Feng. It can't be? Zhan Junhua actually became a guard? I'm really curious. Who exactly is that guy in the box? Could he be a disciple of the Spirit Array Master Guild's higher-ups? He's so young, but his level as a Spirit Array Master is so high. It's possible that he's the son of one of the higher-ups of the Union of Spirit Array Masters. No wonder Jean Junhua was so scared. If he's a descendant of a high-level member of the Spirit Spellcaster Union, he might become one of the rulers in the future and control the fate of all spirit spellcasters. This Jean Junhua is quite smart. Maybe he'll benefit from this disaster and take advantage of this opportunity to get close to that mysterious prince. Many people were talking about it. One after another, the rest of the people also began to leave. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening outside. This was because he had sealed off the entire room with a formation and was cultivating diligently inside. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng cultivated every day, studying spirit arrays and alchemy. Day after day passed just like that. 1.5 months later, the fleet arrived at the deep sea. This was already the territory of the oceanic race. Thus, the fleet began to move forward. He was also very careful. Creak. The door to the private room opened and Lin Feng walked out. Greetings, my lord. Jean Junhua, who was guarding outside, hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully sensed the memories left outside and understood everything that had happened before. This Jean Junhua had actually been guarding outside the private room for more than a month. This perseverance was really amazing. Jean Junhua, right? You've done well. Go and rest. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jean Junhua was so moved that tears filled his eyes. It seemed that he had worked hard to guard here for Lord Lin Feng for more than a month. All his hard work had not been in vain. Lord Lin Feng, remember my name. Thank you for your concern, my lord. This subordinate will take his leave. Jean Junhua bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng came to the deck. Such heavy snow? Lin Feng was surprised. Snow was falling outside. Many of the islands were white. The climate of the ocean has always been so changeable. Different sea regions may have different climates. A young Taoist priest walked over and smiled. Lin Feng had seen this Taoist priest before. He smiled and said, "How should I address you, Taoist priest?" "My Taoist name is Shang Yuan." The Taoist priest said, "Lin Feng, Benefactor Lin, you also know my Taoist cultivation techniques?" Taoist Shang Yuan asked curiously. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had learned breaking formations with formations and dragon-seeking technique from Taoist Wuliang. These were all the teachings of the Taoist priest of Moving Mountain. He had not used them yet. This Taoist priest Shang Yuan could actually sense something. This Taoist priest, although he looked young, his methods, he was not simple. Lin Feng could not help but secretly be on guard. However, his expression did not change. He said, "I once came into contact with a Taoist priest and received his guidance." Taoist priest Shang Yuan smiled and said, "That is Benefactor's opportunity. It seems that Benefactor is fated with the Tao. I wonder if Benefactor has any plans to join Mount Longhu?" Mount Longhu was a Taoist holy land. It worshipped the three pure ones. This Taoist priest Shang Yuan actually came from Mount Longhu. His background was indeed frightening. However, Lin Feng did not have any plans to become a Taoist priest. A Taoist priest had a pure heart and few desires. Lin Feng could not live such a life. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, Taoist priest, but I already have my own path." Taoist priest Shang Yuan shook his head regretfully. Taoist priest Shang Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, a dozen cultivators walked over. A golden-robed young man smiled and greeted Taoist priest Shang Yuan. "So it is Benefactor Jin Tianyu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Taoist priest Shang Yuan smiled. This group of people did not have simple backgrounds, especially Jin Tianyu, who was the heir of an ancient celestial dynasty in Songming Prefecture. He was abnormally powerful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Jin Tianyu smiled and looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, Jin Tianyu. This is my junior brother Li Shangyuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and my junior sister Li Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. The others were not as enthusiastic as Jin Tianyu. They only cupped their fists in greeting. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. Taoist priest Shang Yuan also left quickly. Li Yu said in surprise, "Why did senior brother befriend that brat Lin Feng? He seems to be just a martial king cultivator." Her tone was filled with contempt. Jin Tianyu smiled and said, "I always tell you that you have to smile when you are outside. This Lin Feng may be ordinary now, but he might be able to reach that level in the future." "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." The others quickly nodded. They all understood what Jin Tianyu meant. In the following period of time, Lin Feng often communicated with Taoist priest Shang Yuan, Jin Tianyu, and the others about cultivating their morals. This was also a kind of cultivation. 10 days later, the fleet entered a black sea. The endless black sea emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The Black Sea is the most dangerous place. Many people had grave expressions. The Black Sea was not only a place where the Oceanic clan was active. It was said that the 9 great pirate kings also appeared in the Black Sea. Although the fleet was huge, they still had to be careful in the Black Sea. If they encountered the Oceanic clan or the pirate kings, they would encounter them. It was also possible for the fleet to be destroyed. Look, what is that? Chapter 725. Everyone looked over and saw a black shadow in the ocean. It was extremely fast, but they didn't know what kind of creature it was. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's so fast. Could it be a ferocious beast from the deep sea? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Li Shangyuan said, "Brother Lin, there's no need to worry. With such a large fleet, even the sea tribe won't dare to attack us." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. "Senior brother, are we really going to let that kid go?" In the distance, a group of people from Blood Soul Island coldly looked at Lin Feng. Li Rong's eyes were filled with resentment. Song Yunqing said, "This person is most likely a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Central Union of Spirit Spell Masters. Now is not the time to act. After entering the ruins of God, there will be plenty of opportunities. Then we'll let that kid live for a few more days." The cultivators from Blood Soul Island sneered. The fleet continued to sail deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, on a massive island 50,000 kilometers away, the 9 pirate kings and the sea tribe gathered. Originally, the 9 pirate kings were hostile towards each other. They didn't interact with each other. However, this time, the sea tribe had gathered the 9 pirate kings. The 9 pirate kings were extremely powerful. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many powerful subordinates. The 9 pirate kings were Madamu, Sea Demon King, Rogers, Barbossa, Shui Zhonghua, Xiao Tianfeng, Heavenly Wind God, Arthur, and Dragon Eye. The 9 pirate kings' power wasn't limited to the East Sea. The 9 pirate kings could be found in the East, South, West, North, Sea of Death, Sea of Darkness, and Endless Sea. Arthur, the most mysterious master of the Endless Sea, the #1 person in the Age of Exploration, and the first pirate king in history. The captain of the Divine Punishment pirate ship. However, due to his age, his prestige was not as great as before. However, he was still one of the 9 pirate kings. Rogers, once a sailor on King Arthur's pirate ship, he stood on his own and became the captain of the Ship of Death by chance. He gained control of the Ship of Death, which had existed since ancient times. His power greatly increased, and he became the pirate king of the Sea of Death. Later, his subordinate Barbossa betrayed him, and the Ship of Death was taken away. Rogers went deep into the Netherworld, found the legendary Hell pirate ship, and became the new master of the Hell pirate ship. Barbossa, Pirate King Rogers' trusted aide, vice captain. However, he was very greedy. On the night that Rogers was drunk, he staged a coup and stole Rogers' Ship of Death, becoming the new owner of the Ship of Death. Later, he went to the South Sea and became the Lord of the South Sea. Madamu, Pirate Queen of the North Sea, the captain of the evil dragon pirate ship. She inherited the huge caravan left behind by her previous husband and gradually developed it into one of the strongest pirate groups in the Northern Sea. 3,000 years ago, during the Northern Sea campaign, she wiped out the other 3 pirate groups and established herself as the Pirate King of the Northern Sea. Sea Goblin King, the last patriarch of the Sea Goblin clan, one of the most mysterious clans of the Sea Goblin clan. The captain of the All Fiends pirate ship. With the remnants of the sea demon tribe as the foundation, they established one of the most powerful pirate forces. They were mainly active in the Nether Sea, the central region of the North Sea, and the West Sea. Therefore, he was also known as the Master of the Nether Sea. Xiao Tianfeng, the legendary son of the Wind God, the captain of the Storm pirate ship, the Pirate King of the Storm Ocean. He was also one of the most low-profile pirate kings among the 9 great pirate kings. Generally speaking, the Storm pirate team rarely participated in anything that happened. Xiao Tianfeng was more willing to watch from the sidelines. Heavenly Wind God, the legendary son of the Wind God, the Pirate King of the East Sea. Dragon Eye, the legendary man with the eyes of the Heavenly Dragon, the owner of the Heavenly Dragon pirate ship, the Pirate King of the West Sea. The Sea Tribe sure is arrogant. They actually made us 9 great pirate kings wait here. Dragon Eye angrily slammed the table. Madam, you said indifferently, the Sea Tribe has always been like this. The Sea Goblin King said, Madam, are you scolding us indirectly? Madam, you pursed her lips and said, Did I scold you? Barbossa, look at how pale your face is. Have you been cursed by the ship of death? Ha 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 ha, sooner or later, I'll take the ship of death back. Rogers sneered as he looked at Barbossa. Barbossa pursed his lips and said, Be careful, or I'll take your ship of death instead. Rogers sneered. We'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Chaos ensued. I've kept you all waiting. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe walked over. This middle-aged man had 2 horns on his head. He was a cultivator who had transformed into a dragon. I thought the Dragon King would come personally. I didn't think he'd send you. King Arthur sneered. This was King Arthur's time when he dominated the seas. He had interacted with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace before. My elder brother wanted to come personally, but he was too busy and couldn't make it, so he sent me instead. Please forgive me, Aeoli said apologetically. Barbossa said coldly, Speak. Why did you summon us? I'm sure the Pirate Kings already know about the opening of the Divine Ruins, right? Aeoli said with a smile. So what if we know? I've already entered the Divine Ruins once. You can only go there once, and you won't be able to obtain any opportunities there. Dragon Eye pursed his lips. No, the opening of the Divine Ruins this time is different from the past. Aeoli said. The Heavenly Wind God asked, What's different? The rumored Divine Tree of Life will appear in the depths of the Divine Ruins. Aeoli said, What? Divine Tree of Life? Wasn't the Tree of Life completely destroyed in the ancient era? Barbossa said in shock. The other pirate kings also looked toward Aeoli. Evidently, this news was indeed shocking. That's right, it was indeed destroyed. However, a portion of the Divine Tree of Life was left behind. A portion of it is sealed in the depths of the Divine Ruins. Everyone, you should know what the Divine Tree of Life represents. If we can obtain it, it can continuously replenish our lifespans. Although we have 20 to 30,000 years of lifespan now, we will still die of old age. However, if we obtain the Divine Tree of Life, even if we can't live forever, our lifespans will be limitless. Aeoli said, Haha, the Divine Tree of Life, that's great. The 9 pirate kings all laughed. We need a blood sacrifice to open the restriction in the depths of the Divine Ruins. We need the blood, flesh, and essence of countless cultivators. Aeoli said, Cultivators from the 3,000 states are rushing here from all over. Fleets are also continuously sailing toward the Divine Ruins. Each fleet has at least a few million cultivators. Madam, you said with a smile, Then let the blood of cultivators dye the ocean red. Chapter 726. The night was dark. There was no moon. The sky was pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. It was already late at night. The fleet continued to move deeper into the sea. But at this time, pirate ships surrounded them from all directions. There were over 1,000 pirate ships. There were too many of them. Long Yen stood on the Heavenly Dragon pirate ship and looked at the fleet in the distance. He laughed sinisterly. This fleet is not small. I'm afraid there are more than 20 million people, right? Over 1,000 pirate ships quietly surrounded them. When they got close to the fleet, The 9 pirate kings gave the order to attack at the same time. These pirate ships were all equipped with the best spirit stone cannons. Burning spirit stones. The power of the attack was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Over 1,000 pirate ships. In addition to the 9 pirate kings' ships, all of them attacked. The spirit stone cannons were ignited. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted out. It could be said that it was destroying the heavens and earth. Not good. Enemy attack. At this time, the fleet also realized that something was wrong. The defensive restrictions of the 36 giant ships were activated. Bang, bang, bang. Dense cannonballs landed on the giant ship. Even the huge warship was shaken. It shook violently. What happened? The cultivators resting in the cabin were alarmed. Someone ran to the deck and looked into the distance. His face was pale. He looked into the distance. He saw that the densely packed pirate ships had completely surrounded this place. All 9 pirate kings are here. Some cultivators recognized the pirate flags. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The 9 pirate kings were famous. Why did they all run to the East Sea? Was it also because of the ruins of God? Now that they were surrounded by the 9 pirate kings, this was troublesome. Break out with all your strength. The captains on the giant warships roared in panic. Even though they often went to sea, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. The 9 pirate kings. They were all mythical existences. Today, they had come together. The spirit stone cannons of the 36 giant ships were also set up. They locked onto a direction. They began to frantically break out. But in the end, the 36 giant ships were separated by the pirate ships. Under the siege of the pirate ships, the restrictions on the giant ships were destroyed. Then, the ships were destroyed. Countless cultivators died tragically. The giant ships began to crack. Some cultivators frantically flew into the distance. They wanted to escape. However, the fate of those who flew into the air was even worse. A dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs flew out. The cultivators who were flying into the air were killed on the spot. There were also a dozen giant ships. Then, the ships fled into the distance. Yao take a group of pirate ships and chase after them. On the demon god ship, the heavenly wind god spoke to a woman. Yes, Lord Father. The woman replied. This woman was actually Feng Yaorao. Lin Feng had seen Feng Yaorao before. At that time, Feng Yaorao, Lu Piaomiao, and the others had besieged the Scarlet Flame Lion Beast King in order to obtain the profound underworld dark flame fruit. This Feng Yaorao wanted to kill Lu Piaomiao and snatch her treasure. Lin Feng saved Lu Piaomiao and met Feng Yaorao. He was worried that Feng Yaorao would search his soul. Lin Feng came up with an idea. He told Feng Yaorao that he would marry her within 10 years. Feng Yaorao was angry and embarrassed. She was angry because he dared to confess to her with a mere martial master cultivation. She was embarrassed because she was a woman after all. Hearing a man confess to her, she would naturally feel embarrassed. The embarrassed and angry Feng Yaorao didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, she quickly left. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yaorao became even more enchanting. However, Lin Feng obviously didn't expect Feng Yaorao to be the daughter of the East Seas Pirate King, the heavenly wind god. Feng Yaorao led a dozen pirate ships to chase after the giant ship in front. The other pirate kings also sent out pirate ships to chase after them. Over 100 pirate ships chased after the escaping giant ship. The two sides engaged in an intense battle on the sea. The giant ship's defense system was already in tatters. We have to abandon the ship and escape. Otherwise, we will all die here. The captain's face was pale. He quickly gave the order to abandon the ship and escape. Then, he issued the order. Over 500,000 cultivators escaped from the giant ship into the distance. My lord, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely escort you safely. Zhang Junhua's face was pale with fright. However, he didn't forget to express his sincerity in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Just take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about my safety." Countless people fled outside. Spirit stone cannons. Over 100 pirate ships fired their spirit stone cannons at the fleeing cultivators. Countless cultivators died tragically. Feng Yaorao also commanded the pirate ships of the East Sea to attack these cultivators. Suddenly, Feng Yaorao's beautiful eyes narrowed. She saw a person in the crowd. Big sister, are you an immortal? It's hard to even see the country's ruler and country's protector. Today, little brother is able to see big sister here. Is it because I accumulated good karma in my past life? Is it because of fate that I am able to meet you in this life? That's right. I want to marry fairy big sister. I believe that I will definitely have the ability to do so in the future. The first time I saw big sister, I admired you. Could it be that big sister wants to kill someone who admires her? If big sister wants to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now is the truth. I will definitely marry fairy big sister. I bet that within 10 years, I will be able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. If I succeed, I will definitely ask for your hand in marriage. The youth's appearance became more and more solid in her mind. Even though 5 years had passed, Feng Yaorao still remembered many of the words that the youth had said in the past. She was the daughter of the East Sea's pirate king. She had always been a high and mighty figure. Who dared to speak to her in such an impudent manner? Lin Feng was the first. That brat not only dared to express his love, he even dared to say that he wanted to marry her. This made Feng Yaorao have a strange feeling. 5 years passed. Both sides said goodbye. Even though 5 years had passed in a hurry, Feng Yaorao still recognized Lin Feng at first glance. He is really going to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. Feng Yaorao felt her face burning. In the future, what if he really came to ask for her hand in marriage? Feng Yaorao's heart was in a mess. Stop. Quickly stop. Feng Yaorao hurriedly ordered. Although the people of the Devil God Pirates did not know why their young master ordered them to stop, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly stopped. Quickly, break out of the encirclement. The cultivators who were originally heavily surrounded naturally saw this opening and crazily rushed out. My lord, we are saved. Zhang Junhua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was actually scared to this extent. This was really a disgrace to the Spirit Array Master Guild. He rushed out together with the crowd. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did the pirate ships suddenly stop attacking? He looked in the direction of the pirate ships. He could vaguely see a peerlessly enchanting woman. Chapter 727. There's an island ahead. Let's go and rest. A cultivator suggested. After fleeing for their lives, many of them were injured again. After a series of battles, they were already exhausted and needed to rest. Everyone nodded and dragged their tired bodies to land on the island. Lin Feng looked at the group of people around him. There were about 200 people left. Previously, there were more than 1,000 people. However, most of them had died tragically. Everyone landed on the island and hid in a valley to rest. Taoist Master Shangyuan stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant sea. It had long since become a sea of blood. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Boundless Taoist Master Shangyuan sat cross-legged and recited the Taoist scriptures for a while to help the souls of the dead. After Taoist Master Shangyuan finished reciting the scriptures, Lin Feng said, Taoist Master Shangyuan, rest for a while. We still have to hurry when the sun rises. Taoist Master Shangyuan sighed and said, the massacre this time is too serious. Why would the 9 great pirate kings massacre cultivators so wantonly? It doesn't seem like it's for wealth. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, the world is bustling, and everyone is here for profit. In the end, it's also for wealth. However, the wealth of cultivators might not be what the pirate kings want. Taoist Master Shangyuan thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Benefactor Lin is right. The two of them returned to the valley to rest. Zhang Junhua handed a porcelain bottle to Lin Feng as if he was presenting a treasure and said, Sir, I have an earth-ranked small recovery pill here. It's a healing medicine. Are you injured? If you are, take one and your injuries will quickly recover. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Zhang Junhua had the personality of a good servant. Lin Feng said, I'm fine. You can keep this pill for yourself. Then, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. It was a very restless night. Too many cultivators died tragically at sea. Of course, a portion of them escaped. However, the 9 great pirate kings and the sea race sent out pursuers to kill them. When dawn was about to arrive, black fog floated from the sea and surrounded the island. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was startled awake. Not good. We've been surrounded. Many people looked at the black fog that covered the sky with pale faces. At this moment, 3 cultivators walked out from the black fog. It was a young cultivator dressed in white who looked like a scholar. She was a tall and beautiful woman in an alluring pink dress. The third person was a member of the sea race. He was tall and sturdy and had a single horn on his head. Life-stealing scholar by Wuming, pink fairy Yu Jiaomei, and an evil flood dragon, a cultivator said with a trembling voice. Obviously, he had recognized the white-clothed scholar and the red-dressed woman. As for the oceanic race cultivator, he only knew that they were from the evil flood dragon clan, but he did not recognize them. Someone actually recognizes us? By Wuming, the life-stealing scholar, revealed a gentle smile. This person, no matter how one looked at him, he was handsome and elegant. It was hard to tell that he was a pirate who killed without batting an eyelid. Some of the cultivators who knew their identities were now trembling. His expression was full of despair. Lin Feng whispered, "Elder Jean, do you know these people?" Jean Junhua's face was pale as he said, "Lord, I don't know that oceanic race cultivator, but I've heard of that white-clothed cultivator, Bai Wuming, and that woman, Yu Jiaomei. Bai Wuming is the disciple of the pirate king Long Yin, and Yu Jiaomei is the daughter of the pirate king Madame Yu." Jean Junhua whispered. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect these 2 people to have such extraordinary identities. For such a person to appear, there would definitely be many experts following them. And that evil flood dragon of the oceanic race was also a top expert. This was troublesome. Everyone was heavily surrounded. They wanted to escape. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Let's go." At this time, Jin Tianyu, who was in the crowd, let out a long roar. He took out a powerful treasure. It was a heavenly dragon seal. On the heavenly dragon seal, there were more than 10 heavenly dragons drawn on it. Bang, 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 the heavenly dragon seal was taken out. Suddenly, the bodies of the cultivators around the heavenly dragon seal exploded. The flesh and blood of those cultivators were all devoured by the heavenly dragon seal. Roar. Following that, the heavenly dragon seal quickly grew in size, and a destructive aura surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. More than a dozen sky dragons circled around the heavenly dragon seal. The aura of the Tao. It surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. Tao artifact. Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely a Tao artifact. The so-called Tao artifact. It meant that it was a great Tao artifact. Such a treasure had the power to destroy heaven and earth. This Jin Tianyu was the heir of the Tsangming State's great golden immortal dynasty. His status was noble. This time, he came to the ruins of God to borrow a Tao artifact. This Tao artifact was called the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Originally, Jin Tianyu wanted to wait until he was fighting for the treasures in the ruins of God and suddenly take out his Tao artifact. He wanted to catch others off guard. But now, life and death crisis. Jin Tianyu couldn't wait until then. He took out his Tao artifact and killed 60 to 70 cultivators. The heavenly dragon seal devoured the flesh and soul of these cultivators and then recovered. The heavenly dragon seal released a divine light that enveloped Jin Tianyu, Liu and the others. Then, these people wanted to break out of the encirclement. F***CK. This Jin Tianyu killed so many people as a blood sacrifice to activate the Tao artifact. He wants to escape by himself. Many people cursed loudly. This person is really vicious and merciless, Lin Feng thought. When he first met Jin Tianyu, Lin Feng felt that this person was not simple. He was of noble birth, but he would greet everyone with a smile. It seemed that he would never get angry. This kind of person was too patient. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been on guard against Jin Tianyu, and he deliberately distanced himself from Jin Tianyu and the others. Fortunately, he didn't stand with these people just now. Otherwise, He might have been killed by Jin Tianyu's Dao artifact Heavenly Dragon Seal. It's actually a Dao artifact, we're rich, Bai Wuming shouted in surprise. He waved his right hand. Roar! A roar resounded through the clouds. A treasure was taken out by Bai Wuming. Bai Wuming's strength was extremely terrifying, so he could directly activate a treasure like a Dao artifact without a blood sacrifice. This was a heaven-shattering blade. It was called the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade. It was the pirate king Long Yan's treasure. When Bai Wuming came out to chase after the escaping cultivators, Long Yan gave the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade to Bai Wuming for self-defense. The White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade slashed out 1,000-foot-long blade light towards the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Kill these people. The evil Flood Dragon Jr. Count sneered. Kill. The sound of battle shook the heavens and earth. Black fog rolled. Pirates and Oceanids were densely packed. All of them rushed towards Lin Feng and the others in the valley. Break out of the encirclement with all your might, or we'll all die here. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword, roared and rushed outside. Kid, go to hell. Oceanid cultivator who was more than 10 meters tall smashed towards Lin Feng with a giant hammer. Chapter 728. Giant Deep-Sea Demon. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Sea Clan. This Sea Clan was extremely powerful and had boundless strength. This hammer smashed down with a force of 10,000 caddies. It was like a thunderbolt. It suddenly exploded. The destructive power it could cause was extremely terrifying. However, he had chosen the wrong target to attack. Lin Feng moved to the left. He held the sword in his right hand. He easily dodged the attack of the giant deep-sea demon. He leaped up. As he leaped into the air, the long sword in his hand gently swiped across the giant deep-sea demon's neck. Blood immediately spurted out. The giant deep-sea demon roared and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly broke out of the encirclement. There were constantly bandits and Sea Clan attacking Lin Feng, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. Brat, hand over your life. A cold laugh rang out. More than a dozen bandits rushed towards Lin Feng. These bandits looked at the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand with greedy eyes, although they did not know that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was the famous black dragon sword. However, they could tell that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. This sword is mine. A pirate shouted. It's mine. Another pirate argued. These pirates had not even killed Lin Feng and snatched the black dragon sword, but they had already started fighting amongst themselves. This kind of thing was quite common. Pirates were greedy. Therefore, in order to compete for treasures, pirates of a force could kill each other, and the upper echelons of the pirates could not help but stop this kind of fighting. On the contrary, small-scale fighting amongst themselves could cultivate the ferocity of the pirates. Let's get rid of this brat first, then we'll talk about the distribution of the treasures. A pirate shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Kill him. A group of pirates immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. These pirates were all extremely ferocious. They held different weapons in their hands, be it sabers, swords, axes, etc. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. You don't know life from death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. They were just a bunch of ants. He slashed out with his sword. Sword chi. Puff puff. The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. One pirate after another was pierced by the sword chi and was killed on the spot. Lin Feng went on a killing spree. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. Ha ha, what a powerful kid. Following the laughter, the sound of slapping could be heard. Yu Jiaomei lashed out with her fire snake whip. In the void, a fire snake condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword. Clang. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The attacks from both sides collided, and Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, feeling his arm go numb from the shock. What power! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Jiaomei. This woman was too strong. Even with the black dragon sword in his hand, he was still pushed back by this woman. She must be a yin-yang realm expert above the 7th level. You're quite strong and pretty. If you agree to be my male slave, I'll spare your life. How about it? Yu Jiaomei smiled. A pair of huge mountains swayed, very eye-catching. Moreover, other than the red dress, she didn't seem to be wearing anything underneath. One could vaguely see some spring scenery. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm not interested in being a male slave, but you've piqued my interest. How about you be my female slave? Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy the joy of ascension. Kid, you're courting death. Yu Jiaomei's face turned cold. Then, she rushed towards Lin Feng. The two sides fought again. At the same time, the white tiger sky-shattering blade and the heavenly dragon seal collided with each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the shockwaves from the collision instantly killed many of the surrounding cultivators, pirates, and oceanic race cultivators. This was the power of a Dao artifact. Just a light blow could cause extremely terrifying destructive power. Many people's faces turned pale, and they quickly moved away from the two Dao artifacts. Jin Tianyu, Li Yu and the others activated the heavenly dragon seal to escape. Bai Wuming, on the other hand, wanted to kill these people and seize the heavenly dragon seal. Let me help you. The evil flood dragon young count roared and leaped out. He and Bai Wuming activated the white tiger sky-shattering blade together. The power of the white tiger sky-shattering blade increased greatly. The collision between the two sides became more and more intense. Jin Tianyu and the others were not as strong as Bai Wuming and the evil cult young count. Now, in this kind of tug-of-war, Jin Tianyu and the others were gradually unable to bear it. Pooh! They were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Li Yu shouted, Senior brother, what should we do? I can't hold on any longer. My magic power is running out. Li Shangyuan also shouted, Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer either. Qiu Jian and Pei Tianhong's situation was obviously not much better than Li Yu and Li Shangyuan. Their faces were pale. Burn your blood essence and revive the spirit of the Dao artifact, Jin Tianyu said with a pale face. Their expressions were gloomy. Knowing that this was the only way, one by one, they forced out their blood essence. They burned their blood essence to strengthen the heavenly dragon seal. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the world. A world-destroying aura filled the air. Immediately after, one by one, heavenly dragons rushed out from the heavenly dragon seal. Chapter 729. This was the mysterious existence inside the demonic bead. It had devoured the artifact spirits of the two Dao artifacts. After losing their artifact spirits, the two Dao artifacts lost their spirituality and fell to the ground. How comfortable! The mysterious existence spoke in a joyful voice. You're the guy inside the demonic bead? Lin Feng got up from the ground and looked at the mysterious existence shrouded in mist with uncertainty. It was hazy. He couldn't see the existence's face clearly. You didn't faint when the two Dao artifacts clashed? The mysterious existence looked at Lin Feng in surprise. However, it then recalled that Lin Feng cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His physical body must be extremely powerful. It was normal for him to be able to withstand the impact of the collision between the two Dao artifacts. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're underestimating the Archean dragonesque elephant art, aren't you? The mysterious existence's body dissipated. Clearly, it had returned to the demonic bead. Lin Feng's divine consciousness quickly entered the demonic bead. He discovered that the demonic bead had undergone some changes. A world shrouded in white mist appeared inside the demonic bead. In the depths of the world of white fog, there was a lone grave. As for that mysterious existence, it was sitting in front of the lonely grave in silence. No one knew what it was thinking. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng transmitted his voice. However, the mysterious existence didn't answer. Do you have a motive for hiding inside the demonic bead? Are you trying to harm me? Are you spying on my body? Are you being hunted? Is that why you don't dare to come out? Lin Feng threw all sorts of questions at the mysterious existence. However, the existence inside the demonic bead didn't answer. Are you ignoring me? Lin Feng was speechless. I don't have the obligation to answer you. However, if you make a deal with me, I can answer your questions. 1 drop of undying divine blood, and I can answer one of your questions. What do you think? the mysterious existence asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dream on. Even if you don't answer me, you should at least let me know your name, right? Lin Feng said. Name. It's so long ago that I've almost forgotten it myself. I think I'm called the Demon Lord. The mysterious existence said. The Demon Lord? What a strange name. Lin Feng muttered. Don't use your godly awareness to invade my demonic beads. You're trespassing on my territory. Without my permission, don't ever do that again. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The Demon Lord sneered and then forcibly cut off the connection between Lin Feng and the demon orb. F***CK. Even the demonic orb is mine. Okay? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter gloomily. After devouring the artifact spirits of the two Dao artifacts, the Demon Lord seemed to have recovered a little. Although he didn't know why the Demon Lord was hiding in the demon orb and didn't leave. But for now, the Demon Lord did not pose a threat to him. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ran towards the Heavenly Dragon Seal and the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade. The Heavenly Dragon Seal and the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade had lost their artifact spirits. What a pity. Those two treasures have lost their spirits, so their power will be reduced by 70 to 80%. But they're still Tao weapons. They're 100 times more powerful than precious weapons. If they're kept for a long time, maybe they'll give birth to new spirits. Lin Feng put away the Heavenly Dragon Seal and the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade. Then, he looked at the people around him. After checking a few people, he found that many of them were already dead. Obviously, they were killed by the shockwaves from the collision of the two Dao artifacts. Lin Feng checked Taoist Master Shangyuan. He found that Taoist Master Shangyuan was still alive. He channeled a stream of spirit energy into Taoist Master Shangyuan's body. Then, Taoist Master Shangyuan woke up. Taoist Master Shangyuan's cultivation was very strong. He wasn't injured, but he was knocked out. Boundless holy man, I never thought that such a massacre would happen. Taoist Master Shangyuan put his palms together. Whoosh! Suddenly, a few figures quickly got up and fled into the distance. It was by Wu Ming, the evil flood dragon young count, and Yu Jiaomei. All three of them were injured to a certain extent. When they woke up, they sensed the auras of Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan. They found that the two of them were not injured. They were worried that they would be attacked by Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan. How could they dare to stay? They turned around and left. Seeing the few people running away, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he didn't chase after them. Those three people were too strong. Injured wild beasts were the most dangerous. Lin Feng knew this very well. If they forced those three into a corner, they might die. Perhaps he and Taoist Master Shangyuan would also die tragically. Taoist Master, let's collect all the storage rings of these dead people, Lin Feng said. Taoist Master Shangyuan nodded and began to collect the storage rings of these dead cultivators with Lin Feng. These people must have a lot of good things on them. This could also be considered a windfall. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw Zhang Junhua. He found that Zhang Junhua wasn't dead yet, but he had suffered serious injuries and fainted. Lin Feng fed Zhang Junhua a healing pill and continued to collect the storage rings. When Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan had almost finished collecting all the storage rings, Jin Tianyu woke up. Immediately after, Li Shangyuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu also woke up one after another. They didn't die because they were protected by the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Lin Feng had an extremely bad impression of Jin Tianyu and the others. In order to escape, Jin Tianyu and the others killed nearly 100 cultivators who had gone through life and death with them to activate the Heavenly Dragon Seal. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Demonic cultivators wouldn't even do this, but Jin Tianyu and the others did. Taoist Master Shangyuan obviously despised Jin Tianyu and the others. Seeing them wake up, he couldn't help but sneer. Ah, where's the Heavenly Dragon Seal? Where's my Heavenly Dragon Seal? After waking up, Jin Tianyu realized that the Heavenly Dragon Seal had disappeared. He immediately roared, and his face contorted. That was a Dao artifact. Now that he had lost the Dao artifact, when he returned, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Lin Feng carried the unconscious Zhang Junhua on his back. looked at Taoist Master Shangyuan and said, "We can't stay here for long, let's go." Taoist Master Shangyuan nodded and was about to leave with Lin Feng. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. Jin Tianyu looked over coldly. "What? What's the matter?" Lin Feng looked at Jin Tianyu indifferently. "Have you seen my heavenly dragon seal?" Jin Tianyu asked. The two Dao artifacts had already been obtained by Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hand them over. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention to Jin Tianyu. However, in order to prevent these people from looking at him suspiciously, Lin Feng said, "When we woke up, we didn't see the heavenly dragon seal. Moreover, it's a Dao artifact-level magic treasure, and its artifact spirit has awakened. Even if it saw us, it wouldn't be able to take it. The Dao artifact would instantly kill us." "Humph," Jin Tianyu sneered. He looked at the densely packed corpses on the island. There were at least 2,000 corpses. However, these people's storage rings were all gone. Jin Tianyu knew that Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan had taken away their storage rings. Chapter 730. This Jin Tianyu and the others obviously wanted the storage rings. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What? You want the storage rings? How many do you want? Hand over 2,000 storage rings, and you can naturally leave. If you don't hand them over, don't blame us for falling out with you." Jin Tianyu laughed sinisterly. This Jin Tianyu obviously didn't plan to hide his true nature. Originally, Jin Tianyu was just pretending to be kind to others. When he used the heavenly dragon seal to kill nearly 100 cultivators, the blood on the heavenly dragon seal, Jin Tianyu knew that his true nature had been exposed in front of everyone. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue pretending. Jin Tianyu's greedy nature. Now, it was completely revealed. There are only about 2,000 storage rings in total, and you want to take all of them? Your appetite is quite big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. 2,000 storage rings for your lives, isn't it worth it? Jin Tianyu curled his lips, as if he was certain that Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan would be defeated. Lin Feng's side had 3 people. Zhang Junhua was injured and fainted. In the eyes of Jin Tianyu and the others, Lin Feng was only a martial king realm cultivator. This little bit of cultivation, they didn't take him seriously at all. Then, the only one who could fight him was Taoist Master Shangyuan. They had 5 experts on their side. Wouldn't it be easy for Taoist Master Shangyuan to deal with Lin Feng? A bunch of scum still want the storage rings? Not to mention 2,000. I won't give you a single one. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, you're courting death. Brat, who do you think you are? A martial king realm cultivator actually dares to reject senior brother Jin. You're simply shameless. This world will never lack people who overestimate themselves and act recklessly. I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then I can only leave your little life here. Li Shangyuan and the others sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Haha, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to obtain the storage rings before attacking us. Aren't you afraid that if you attack us first, we'll destroy the storage rings before we die? Lin Feng sneered. In order to escape, these people killed so many cultivators. Clearly, there was no lack of people from large forces among the cultivators they had killed. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think that Jin Tianyu and the others would let him and Taoist Shan go. Humph, since you've seen through me, let's kill them. Jin Tianyu's eyes turned cold. Boundless holy man. Benefactor Jin, you've become a demon. Since that's the case, Benefactor Lin and I have an obligation to protect the Dao. Taoist Shangyuan sneered. Lin Feng was instantly filled with admiration for Taoist Shangyuan. Before Taoist Master Shangyuan made his move, he said, "You've already become a demon." Then, he said, "We have an obligation to subdue demons and protect the Dao." With just 2 simple sentences, he had placed himself on the side of justice. He was standing on the moral high ground. Kill Jin Tianyu and the others. Even if the ancient dynasty behind Jin Tianyu found out about this in the future, would they still dare to avenge Jin Tianyu and the others? If they dared, wouldn't that mean that this dynasty was the same as Jin Tianyu and the others? Had they become a demon? If that was the case, this force would probably be destroyed soon. Haha, that's right. Today, Taoist Shangyuan and I will eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the other party. Li Shangyuan, you go and deal with that kid. We'll deal with Taoist Shangyuan together. Jin Tianyu roared. In Jin Tianyu's opinion, the only threat was Taoist Shangyuan from the Taoist sect's Lunghu Mountain. Lin Feng was just a small fry, the kind that could be crushed to death with a flick of his finger. Senior brother, don't worry. I can kill that kid within 3 moves. Li Shangyuan said with a smile. Then, he punched towards Lin Feng. Immortal Demon Fist. Li Shangyuan punched out, Immortal Light on the left and Devil Light on the right. Amidst the Immortal Light and Devil Light, an existence that looked like both an immortal and a demon vaguely appeared. This was the shadow of the immortal demon. It grasped both the power of immortal and devil. Li Shangyuan's cultivation was at the second sky of the yin-yang realm. He used this immortal demon fist. The power of this immortal demon fist was immediately revealed. The shadow of the immortal demon stepped on the sky, as if it had become one with Li Shangyuan, and punched out. Li Shangyuan's face was full of sneers. It was as if he had already seen Lin Feng being killed by this immortal demon fist. Lin Feng sneered. Sky-splitting. Sword splitting heaven and earth. Saber and sword merged. Buzz. Saber light. Sword chi. It swept across heaven and earth. In the void, they merged into one. The power was so strong that it made people feel shocked. Pooh. The shadow of the immortal demon was instantly torn apart. No, Li Shangyuan cried out in fear. In the next moment, blood splattered. Li Shangyuan was instantly cut in half. Not good. Junior brother Li is dead. That brat hid his cultivation. Qiu Jian's expression changed greatly. Jin Tianyu's expression was extremely gloomy as he coldly said, Junior brother Qiu, Junior brother Pei, Junior sister Li, the 3 of you go and kill him. I'll stall Shangyuan, you guys kill him, and then we'll deal with Shangyuan. Yes, senior brother. After the 3 of them received the order, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Brat, go to hell. The 3 of them laughed sinisterly. Boom, boom, boom. A tyrannical attack suddenly exploded out. It swept through the heavens and earth as it charged towards Lin Feng. With the 3 experts attacking together, Lin Feng also felt the pressure. However, don't forget, Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. When he fought against others, he rarely used a spirit array. But now, Lin Feng had begun to condense an array. He sneered, Today, I'll let you know the consequences of angering a spirit array master. As soon as he finished speaking in the void, densely packed array patterns interweaved. Those array patterns rushed towards the 3 of them, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu-er. The 3 of them, who were originally closely linked together, were immediately separated by the Great Array. Not good, it's a spirit array. The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to break the spirit array, but it was difficult to do so. How could Lin Feng's array be broken by the few of them? Go to hell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed towards Qiu Jian. Now that the 3 of them were separated, they could be defeated one by one. Puff. Soon, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Qiu Jian was beheaded. Not long after, Pei Tianhong's miserable scream could be heard. Pei Tianhong was beheaded. Li Yu-er had long been scared out of her wits. She cried out in fear, Don't kill me, spare me. I'm willing to be your slave. Please spare my life. Puff. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was decisive in killing. He did not let Li Yu-er go just because she begged for mercy, and directly killed Li Yu-er. Seeing this scene, Jin Tianyu was so scared that his face had already turned pale. He did not expect Lin Feng to be such a terrifying spirit array master, and his cultivation was also very strong. How could Jin Tianyu dare to continue fighting? He turned around and fled into the distance. Die. At this time, Taoist Shangyuan's divine might was unleashed. Endless divine light surged out, and within the divine light, the word die condensed. The word die was suppressed. Bang. Jin Tianyu's body directly exploded. Chapter 731. Is this the word death? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Master Shangyuan in shock. He had comprehended the word death from the Shimming Fiend book by chance. Since then, he had never been able to comprehend another Tao word. But now, he saw the second Tao word. Benefactor Lin, you have a good eye. Taoist Master Shangyuan smiled and didn't hide anything. Any Tao word. They were all formed when the world was created. Wanting to obtain it, it wasn't an easy task. It required a great opportunity. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan didn't stay. They left quickly. 10 days later, at night, on an isolated island in the sea, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan were both cultivating. Lin Feng was cultivating the word death. Taoist Master Shangyuan was cultivating the word death. Not long after he saw Taoist Master Shangyuan's word death, Lin Feng proposed to exchange the word Dao with Taoist Master Shangyuan. He could learn another Dao word. Taoist Master Shangyuan was also very happy. He taught Lin Feng the word death. Lin Feng taught Taoist Master Shangyuan the word death. The word death. It was a violent force that destroyed everything. The word death. It was another source of power. It was the power of death. In the following days, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan would exchange cultivation experiences every day. It was very difficult to comprehend the word Tao alone. Usually, one could only comprehend it by chance. Without chance, even if one obtained the cultivation method, one might not be able to comprehend it successfully. Therefore, even with Lin Feng's comprehension, after half a month, he still couldn't comprehend the profound meaning of the word death. Taoist Master Shangyuan was the same. He had been trying to comprehend the word death, but he didn't get anything. That night, Lin Feng tried to comprehend the word death again, but he still didn't have a clue. He sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura. He looked not far away. He saw a palm-sized, pitch-black poisonous bug. It looked like a scorpion, but also like a centipede. It was a very strange poisonous insect. Wherever the venomous insect passed, it would be destroyed. All the plants withered instantly. He looked at the dead vegetation. Lin Feng was slightly dazed. From exuberant vitality, there was no sign of life at all. It only took an instant. It withered instantly and lost its life force. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. His eyes. However, it grew brighter and brighter. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Once again, he had an epiphany of the word death. This time, Lin Feng sensed a mysterious aura. That aura. It seemed to be the aura of death, the power of death. He had the power to wither life in an instant. This was the power of death. Lin Feng had an epiphany. Streaks of black gas were emitted from his body. Everything that was enveloped by the black gas. This included flowers, grass, insects, and so on. All of them lost their lives. The flowers and plants instantly withered. The little insect, on the other hand, died as if its life force had been sucked dry. This is Taoist Master Shangyuan seemed to have sensed something and looked at Lin Feng with a moved expression. Then, he laughed bitterly and said, "This guy's talent is really amazing." He actually comprehended the profound meaning of the word death so quickly. However, I have already found some ways to comprehend the profound meaning of the word destruction. At most, I will be able to comprehend it in a month. Then, Taoist Master Shangyuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the word destruction. 1.5 months later, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shangyuan crossed the Black Sea. They finally arrived at the depths of the East Sea. Looking into the distance, densely packed huge ships were scattered all over the sea. Cultivators could be seen on many of the ships, and in a deeper location, it was an illusory world. In that world, the void was distorted. That mysterious and illusory world. It was the ruins of God. Countless cultivators had come for the ruins of God. However, the ruins of God had yet to open. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar. The sea seemed to be shaking. It was as if a great battle was about to happen. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. The ruins of God had yet to open. Therefore, A great battle in the distance would attract countless cultivators to watch the battle. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Sheng Yuan also flew into the distance. This great battle took place 100 miles away. Looking into the distance, waves surged into the sky. In the sea, a huge whirlpool formed. That whirlpool covered a radius of more than 30 miles. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high soared into the sky. That huge twisting whirlpool was about to swallow an ancient warship. That's the pirate ship of the gods. Some cultivators recognized the pirate ship in the huge whirlpool. Immediately, they cried out in shock. That's right, it's the pirate ship of the pirate king of the God Sea, Empress Shui Zhenghua. Then, someone shouted excitedly. It turned out to be the pirate ship of the pirate king Shui Zhenghua. Previously, the 9 pirate kings and the Sea clan had attacked the fleet that Lin Feng and the others were in. That fleet. It could be said that there were heavy casualties. Now, someone was actually attacking one of the 9 pirate kings, Shui Zhenghua. This made Lin Feng somewhat surprised. That huge whirlpool was extremely terrifying, as if it could swallow everything. In the distance, many islands were being sucked in by the twisting whirlpool. When those islands got close to the whirlpool, they were instantly dismembered. Then, the islands were swallowed by the whirlpool. What's going on with this whirlpool? Some people were puzzled. Could it be a demon's cave in the sea? Someone said. Rumor had it that there were demons' caves in the sea. Once a demon's cave appeared, it could form a powerful devouring whirlpool. Anything that was enveloped by the devouring whirlpool would be swallowed in an instant. The pirate ship of the gods went against the flow in the huge whirlpool. It wanted to rush out of the whirlpool, but obviously, the pirate ship of the gods was in trouble. Those huge islands were instantly shattered outside the whirlpool, but the pirate ship of the gods was in the center of the whirlpool and was completely fine. This pirate ship of the gods is actually so sturdy? Lin Feng was surprised. Taoist Master Sheng Yuan said, the pirate ship of the gods is one of the 9 pirate ships. It is a treasure passed down from the primordial era. It is said that the primordial gods once rode this divine ship to cross the legendary Sea of Bitterness. There was a saying in Buddhism, the Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will be saved. In myths and legends, there was indeed a Sea of Bitterness. It was said that if one could cross the Sea of Bitterness, cultivators would complete an unprecedented transformation. But the location of the Sea of Bitterness was not something that ordinary people knew. Perhaps they would know when they cultivated to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder this pirate ship is so powerful. Roar. It was unable to swallow the pirate ship of the gods. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the huge whirlpool. Wow, it was a roar. Many cultivators who were watching from afar could not withstand it. They vomited blood and fell into the sea from midair. At this time, a huge creature could be vaguely seen in the huge whirlpool. The huge creature flipped its body in the sea. The entire sea was shaking violently. Heavens, it's the Sea King. Countless cultivators cried out in shock. The Sea King. The Sea King. It was the most powerful creature in the sea. A Sea King could even destroy an island of the primordial era. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Sea King was. In the Sea King was also a rare existence. At most, there would not be 5 Sea Kings in all the sea regions. Chapter 732. The appearance of the Sea King shocked all the cultivators. Every cultivator had a shocked expression on their faces. No one dared to approach. They quickly retreated. They were afraid of becoming the Sea King's target. The Sea King was too powerful. They could only avoid such an existence. I don't know why this Sea King wants to devour the god's pirate ship, a cultivator said doubtfully. The Sea King, he was intelligent. And the owner of the god's pirate ship was one of the 9 pirate kings, the Empress Shui Zhenghua. Logically speaking, an existence of this level, there would be no head-on conflict. But since there was a fierce battle between the 2 sides, there must be a reason. Could it be because of the god's pirate ship? The Sea King's target is actually the god's pirate ship? This is a divine ship built by the gods of the ancient times. Why does the Sea King want the god's pirate ship? If you ask me, My guess is that the Empress has obtained some powerful treasure, so the Sea King wants to devour the Empress and take the treasure for himself. If you ask me, I think the Sea King has taken a fancy to the Empress. The Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. The Sea King might want to conquer the Empress and make her his woman. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Soon after, the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The devouring power emitted by the whirlpool also grew stronger. The Sea King was powerful. Many cultivators were even swept away by the devouring power of the whirlpool. Save me! Save me! Someone save me! The cultivators who were swept away by the whirlpool all cried out in horror. They looked at the surrounding cultivators with pleading eyes. They hoped that someone would help them. But at this time, who dared to approach? They quickly retreated. More than 100 cultivators were swept into the whirlpool. They had just reached the edge of the whirlpool. The bodies of the cultivators exploded. The whirlpool has already extended to 50 miles. At the edge of the whirlpool, the cultivators' bodies couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. How strong is the Sea King? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. The Sea King? It was really too terrifying. Taoist Shang Yuan was also shocked. He said, I'm afraid that the Sea King is one of the most powerful beings in the world, but even if the Sea King used an even more powerful force, the huge whirlpool still couldn't devour the god's pirate ship. The deity's pirate ship was wrapped in divine light. He managed to resist the vortex's devouring. Rumble. The sky shook and the sea shook. Many people felt a suffocating pressure sweep over them. Retreat. Lin Feng's face was pale. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, he had no choice but to retreat again. Countless cultivators retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, the head of a ferocious beast as huge as a mountain emerged from the ocean. The head was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see what kind of beast it was. But everyone knew that existence. He was the Ocean King. The Sea King opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to swallow the god's pirate ship in one gulp. But at this moment, a voice that could melt one's bones came from the god's pirate ship. That voice. It was simply capable of instantly disintegrating a person's will. That voice was like the sound of nature. In this lifetime, only once. He could even die without regrets. Receive the will of the gods. Traverse through eternity and eternity. When that voice faded away, inside the pirates of the gods, divine light soared into the sky. In the divine light, the phantoms of the gods appeared. The Sea King roared, "The ancient god's ship is indeed a treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, he dived into the ocean. The whirlpool disappeared. The mysterious and powerful Sea King seemed to have been scared away by the phantoms of the gods. Everything was calm. The oppressive aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It also disappeared. Lin Feng let out a long breath. His face was still a little pale. He smiled bitterly and said, "This Sea King is too strong. Just a trace of his aura was enough to make us almost unable to withstand it." Taoist Shang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Sea King has a long lifespan, and no one knows how strong he is. I also heard that the Sea King is the protector of the sea. Protector of the sea? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Taoist Shang Yuan nodded and said, on the other side of the endless sea, there is an even more powerful continent. Originally, that continent and our continent were together, but later on, that continent split apart, and the two continents were gradually separated by the endless sea. The cultivators on that continent are said to be extremely terrifying, and the existence of the Sea King has to prevent the creatures of that continent from crossing the endless sea to reach the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The jade tube that his father had left behind had also mentioned that continent. That continent was called the Nine States. Look, someone is coming out of the pirates of the god's ship. Someone pointed at the pirates of the god's ship. Everyone looked over. Beautiful women walked out of the pirates of the god's ship. They were divided into two rows. Their left hands held flower baskets, while their right hands scattered the petals in the air. The petals drifted with the wind. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Soon after, a woman wearing a long white dress and a purple ferret cape walked out of the cabin. When they saw the woman, Lin Feng held his breath. It was a beautiful face that could not be described with words. No words could describe her beauty. It was blasphemy and an insult to her. She gently moved. It could make people lose their nature. She was one of the 9 great pirate kings. The Empress of the Sea. Flowers in the water. It's the Empress, the #1 beauty of the Tianwu continent. Countless cultivators stared at her. Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Beautiful women were everywhere. Many prefectures had rankings like the Chuanfang record. However, no woman could compare to the Empress. No matter how beautiful a woman was, in front of the Empress, she would be overshadowed. She could only be a supporting character. Lin Feng even felt that he was about to lose himself under the Empress's peerless beauty. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He still had some clarity, so he hurriedly activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Only then did he regain his senses. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were men or women, looked at the Empress with infatuated expressions. What a terrifying woman! How can she charm so many people? Lin Feng's heart trembled. At least 90% of the cultivators were charmed. Those who weren't charmed were either powerful enough, or they were women. Ha ha, the Empress of the Sea. You're truly a peerless beauty. I heard that you have the legendary bewitching martial spirit that can charm people. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a tall and imposing man walked over. He was surrounded by divine light. A loud laugh woke up countless people from their trance. Who are you? The Empress's red lips parted slightly. The man laughed. Tian Wufa of the Divine Temple. Empress, I've taken a liking to you. How about you be my woman? Tian Wufa laughed loudly. He was indescribably arrogant. Chapter 733. Is he Tian Wufa from the Divine Shrine? The Tian Wufa who cultivated for 50 years and reached the creation realm? That's right, it's him. Tian Wufa broke through to the creation realm 60 years ago. He's only 110 years old now, but he's an ancient powerhouse with a lifespan of 10,000 years. His life has just begun, and his future achievements are unimaginable. The Divine Shrine is a famous ancient power in Tianzhou. It's one of the strongest ancient powers, and it's rumored that they have an imperial weapon. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. They looked at Tian Wufa in awe and fear. Such a person was high and mighty, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a god. He had reached the creation realm 60 years ago. No one knew how strong Tian Wufa was now. The Divine Shrine. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this power before. It was an extremely mysterious power, but their orthodoxy was extremely powerful. They were all successors of the Divine Shrine. Not a single one of them wasn't a stunning figure. It was as if Tian Wufa was a powerhouse. He had cultivated for less than 60 years, but his cultivation was already so strong. In the Tianwu continent, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. She heard that Tian Wufa wanted her to be his woman. The Empress did not seem angry. She giggled and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Beautiful, extremely beautiful. Countless people were captivated by the Empress's peerless beauty. Among the 9 pirate kings, perhaps only the Empress, no matter how much she had killed, would be forgiven, because she was too beautiful. So beautiful that people could forgive her for all her wrongs. Of course I'm beautiful. Tian Wufa laughed and looked at the Empress. He thought that the Empress was like countless other female cultivators. She was attracted by his heroic figure. The Empress smiled and said, "Of course, I'm the #1 beauty in the Tianwu continent." When the Empress smiled, it was unknown how many people's souls were captivated by her. This woman is really scary. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to keep himself awake. Or else, he was afraid that he would be tempted by the Empress's peerless beauty like the others. "Empress, come over now. I'll treat you well." Tian Wufa smiled smugly. Many people looked at Tian Wufa with envy and jealousy. This included some extremely powerful individuals, even if he wasn't that obsessed with women. However, Tian Wufa was about to conquer the Empress. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. This heaven lawless was a little too confident. Although Tian Wufa was indeed outstanding. But what kind of person was the Empress? One of the 9 pirate kings. How could Tian Wu be able to make the Empress fall in love with him with just a few words? I won't entrust my beauty to anyone. Nobody is qualified to have a woman as beautiful as me. As for you, of course you're not good enough for me. Many people laughed out loud. This was especially true for some of the top experts. They originally thought that Tian Wufa was going to conquer the Empress. All of them were envious and jealous. Now, he saw the Empress actually attacking Tian Wufa without holding back. They were all secretly delighted. Tian Wufa's expression darkened. He sneered, "Empress, you're just a pirate. You should be honored that I'm speaking so politely to you. Do you want me to attack you?" The Empress said weakly, "Are you trying to bully me?" Seeing the Empress's pitiful appearance, the blood of countless cultivators surged. They wanted nothing more than to kill Tian Wufa for daring to bully the Empress. However, reason prevailed over impulse. Tian Wufa was too strong. The heavenly God Hall. It was an ancient power that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend. This Tian Wufa doesn't treat the Empress as an ordinary pirate. He's too arrogant, said Taoist Shang Yuan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps it has something to do with his background. The Heavenly God Hall is one of the strongest ancient powers in the martial heaven continent. It's unimaginably powerful. It's not inconceivable that he wouldn't put the Empress in his eyes. The Heavenly God Hall's people have always been arrogant, but the heirs of that power have the right to be arrogant because they're too strong." Lin Feng scratched his chin and said, "I just don't know how things will be resolved today. If we really fight, Tian Wufa might not be a match for the Empress." Tian Wufa narrowed his eyes at the Empress, who still looked so pitiful. The gaze in his eyes became more and more heated. He laughed and said, "Empress, even if you try to gain sympathy, it's useless. No one will help you. Anyone who dares to help you will offend the Heavenly God Hall." "Then how do you plan to deal with me?" asked the Empress. "Naturally, I'll keep you as a mistress." Tian Wufa landed on the god's pirate ship. He walked over to the Empress. Tian Wufa didn't just want to subdue the Empress. Even the Empress deity's pirate ship and the forces under her command wanted to be subdued. "My godly pirate ship isn't a place that anyone can casually board." The Empress laughed. "Anyone who boards my god's pirate ship will have to pay a price." "Haha, price? Let me have a taste of you first." Tian Wufa was extremely arrogant. He reached out and pinched the Empress's snow-white chin. "You're a beast, and a strong one at that." Tian Wufa was openly flirting with the Empress. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "If you dare to bully me, I won't be polite to you." The Empress snorted and pointed at Tian Wufa with her slender and beautiful right hand. Eternal immobility. Whoosh! A beam of divine light flew out and shot towards Tian Wufa. He's about to attack. I wonder if the Empress can block Tian Wufa's attack. Many people looked at the god's pirate ship. Countless cultivators naturally hoped that the Empress would win. Insignificant skill. Tian Wufa laughed. He swung his fist. He wanted to break the Empress's attack with a single punch. However, when the Empress's attack came into contact with Tian Wufa's hand, suddenly, something terrifying happened. Tian Wufa's right hand. He began to petrify. Hey, that's a petrification bloodline. It's a very rare bloodline. The Demon Lord and the Demon Pearl made a sound of surprise. But then, everything went silent again. A petrification bloodline. The Empress also had a special constitution. She had turned to stone. Eternal immobility. The Empress's attacks were truly terrifying. My arm. Tian Wufa finally understood how terrifying the Empress was. He was shocked to find that he couldn't block her attack at all. After Tian Wufa's hand was petrified, it continued to spread until his arm was petrified as well. Before long, his entire body was petrified. Become a stone person and sink to the bottom of the sea. The Empress smiled. You dare trick me? Tian Wufa roared furiously. The Empress's petrification power was too strange. It was completely different from the petrification power of ordinary cultivators. An ordinary cultivator's petrification power wouldn't be able to petrify him. But the empresses could. Tian Wufa acted decisively to stop his body from petrifying further. He cut off his petrified arm. Tian Wufa's attack was severed. Tian Wufa screamed in pain. He grabbed his severed arm with his left hand and fled. Oh, you want to run? The empress smiled and swept her hand through the air. A strange power surged out and swept towards Tian Wufa. Clearly, she didn't want to let him go. No, Tian Wufa screamed in terror. He realized that he had been enveloped by the empress's petrification power. There was no way for him to escape. Chapter 734. How dare you? The empress was about to petrify Tian Wufa. At that instant, an icy yell could be heard. Boom! A dazzling ray of light shot out from Tian Wufa's forehead. That ray of light, as it shot out, it tore through the void. A blurry figure appeared from within the ray of light. It was as if he had traveled from ancient times to here. Primordial spirit brand. Many people cried out in shock. That illusory figure was a primordial spirit brand. A primordial spirit brand was formed when a cultivator infused their primordial spirit with powerful magic power and condensed it into a brand. Once this brand was activated, it could often display heaven-defying combat strength. Someone had used a primordial spirit brand on Tian Wufa. This was Tian Wufa's last line of defense. Clearly, it was a mysterious existence. It was probably a high-ranking member of the Sky God Temple. This existence reached out with a large hand. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky. It pressed down on the Empress. The Empress's petrification power hit the hand. It was unable to petrify the hand. What a powerful cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. The Empress's cultivation base. It could be described as unfathomable. And now, this existence from the Sky God Temple. It seemed even more powerful. Oh, it's you, Sky God Saint. Didn't you die 12,000 years ago? You're still alive? The Empress seemed to recognize this mysterious existence and was slightly surprised. What? Sky God Saint? He's still alive? Some of the cultivators who had heard of Sky God Saint were shocked. Who is Sky God Saint? Someone asked immediately. An old man said, Sky God Saint was the previous temple master of the Sky God Temple, but it's rumored that he died a long time ago. However, the primordial spirit brand that Sky God Saint placed on Tian Wufa's forehead hasn't dissipated, which means that he's still alive. He should have lived for 35,000 years now. That's too long. 35,000 years. Many people sucked in a cold breath. 5,000 years had changed the world. 35,000 years. What did that mean? Everyone was shocked. They were all moved. This was indeed shocking. No wonder this person's primordial spirit imprint was so powerful. What an old fart. Lin Feng heard the old cultivator say that the heavenly Tao had lived for 35,000 years. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion and shock. Life was too long. No wonder it was said that the Heavenly God Temple was one of the strongest ancient powers in the Sky Martial Continent. There was actually an old undying cultivator who had lived for 35,000 years. It was indeed hard to believe. This was a shock that came from the depths of his heart. Junior, you are so ruthless. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think my Heavenly God Hall is a pushover? The phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. His voice was ice cold. That huge hand that seemed to cover the sky. It blasted down. Even though it was only an essence soul imprint attacking, it was still an attack. However, yet, he gave off the feeling of a monarch descending upon the heavens. It was as if he was facing a powerful deity. The Heavenly Tao Saint should be reaching the end of his lifespan, right? His main body didn't even dare to come out. So how could a mere primordial spirit imprint dare to act so violently? Therefore, I'm not afraid of you. The Empress curled her lips. Then, the Empress shouted, Stone God. As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress quickly formed seals with both hands. Whoosh! Divine light surged. Amidst the endless divine light, a mysterious being wearing armor appeared. His entire body was made of stone. He exuded boundless majesty. He punched the phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. Not simple at all. The petrification bloodline actually created the stone god. This is the third stage of the petrification bloodline. The demon lord in the demon orb muttered as he sat on top of the lone grave. It was obvious that something had happened in the outside world. Ice couldn't be hidden from the demon lord. The stone god was abnormally powerful. It collided with the phantom of the heavenly Tao saint. A shocking scene appeared. The phantom of the heavenly Tao saint actually started to petrify. This empress is really terrifying. Seeing the battle in the sky, Lin Feng was shocked. She was the #1 beauty in the Sky Martial continent. It seemed that she wasn't just beautiful. Her methods were also terrifying to the point of making people tremble in fear. No wonder the empress could become one of the 9 pirate kings. The heavenly Tao saint saw that his body had started to petrify. His expression changed greatly. He tried to break the petrification, but he failed. The heavenly Tao saint's eyes were gloomy. He stopped fighting. He turned around and grabbed Tian Wufa. He tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The empress won. The empress is too strong. Even the heavenly Tao saint was forced to retreat. Many people exclaimed, "Of course I'm strong. No one can defeat me." The empress laughed. Too beautiful. Countless people were once again captivated by the empress's charm. They lost themselves. Humph! Empress. The 9 pirate kings joined forces with the Oceanids to kill countless cultivators. How are you going to settle this? A strong cultivator in the crowd sneered. Everyone, don't be fooled by this demoness. The 9 pirate kings and the Oceanids killed hundreds of millions of innocent cultivators. Some of them might even be our friends or relatives. Since the empress came alone, why don't we attack and kill her? Soon, another cultivator said indifferently, "That's right. Avenge our friends. Avenge our friends and relatives." The hatred in many cultivators' hearts was awakened. They looked at the empress with hatred. The empress said pitifully, "I'm so beautiful. Can you bear to kill me?" No, of course not. The cultivators who were hostile to the empress, the anger and killing intent in their eyes instantly disappeared. The empress continued, "Then, are you willing to forgive me?" "Of course we are." Countless cultivators shouted. The big shots who wanted to incite the cultivators to attack the empress looked extremely gloomy. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't this empress too demonic? Taoist Shangyuan said, "The empress has a charming spirit. She can seduce anyone and make them work for her willingly. She can even die for her. Her spirit hasn't been fully activated yet. So, in the future, if you see the empress activating her spirit, quickly close your eyes and seal your hearing. Don't look. Otherwise, the empress will turn you into her slave." Lin Feng nodded. The power the empress had displayed. It was indeed terrifying. She made a few light movements. It was enough to turn everyone upside down. She made countless people abandon their hatred for her. This method was too terrifying. "Empress, you really live up to your reputation. We'll meet again in the ruins of God." A strong cultivator sneered in the dark, targeting the empress. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. "I'm so scared." The empress' beautiful face was filled with fear. "We're willing to protect you." Countless cultivators roared hysterically. Now that the empress wanted them to die, they were even willing to do so. Humph! When the strong cultivator saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Because among the people who were charmed by the empress, there were also his juniors. But in the end, Chapter 735. Countless cultivators gathered in front of the ruins of God. The Empress's pirate ship also stopped not far away from the ruins of God. But the Empress did not appear again. Many people's gazes were still unable to move away from the pirates of the gods, because everyone wanted to take another look at the Empress. Her beauty. Take a look. It would be imprinted in the depths of their souls forever. It was unforgettable. More and more powerful cultivators arrived. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A huge ship that was 100,000 meters long crushed the void and came over. People from the ancient sacred land of Penglai. Some cultivators exclaimed, 3 saints and 4 immortals. Penglai, an ancient sacred land, the top power of the human race. Their strength was unimaginable. The huge ship of the Penglai Immortal Island stopped in the void. The cultivators of the Penglai Immortal Island did not come out. They were waiting for the ruins of God to open. Soon, endless flames swept across the world. Look, is that a sun? A cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. In the distance, a divine sun rose into the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen from the depths of the universe. Such a scene. It was really shocking. Not long after, a terrifying aura filled the void. A sun god chariot was pulled over by 9 flaming divine birds. The sun god chariot of the Kinwu people. The experts of the Golden Crow Island have arrived. A cultivator shouted. The Golden Crow Island. It was also one of the most powerful forces in the East Sea. Screech. The whistling sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the distance, a large continent flew over. A fierce aura spread out. It was as if an ancient demon god had been resurrected. Everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked. Because it was not a large continent. It was a divine rock. But that divine rock was too huge. When it spread its wings, it stretched out 3,000 miles. The people of the divine rock island have arrived. This was one of the top forces in the East Sea. Subsequently, experts from the Red Cloud's ancient holy ground, Flying Immortal Ancient Holy Ground, Firecloud Island, and Raging Flames Island arrived. The 7 most powerful forces of the East Sea had all arrived. The ruins of God opened. It was too important, so these forces naturally wouldn't be absent. Rumble. The sound shook the heavens, and the void cracked open. An endless aura of death filled the air. In the sea, a large number of living beings died. Some of the cultivators who were enveloped by the aura of death had their lives taken away. Grow old quickly. The cultivators screamed in fear and quickly flew away. Immediately after, in the cracked void, a pitch-black, ancient demonic ship rushed out. The ship of death belongs to Pirate King Barbossa. Someone cried out in horror. Barbossa was one of the most ferocious pirate kings. When the Pirate King Barbossa was mentioned, everyone was shocked. There are so many people outside of the ruins of gods. Barbossa's gloomy voice came from the ship of death. The 3 saints and 4 immortals coldly glanced at the ship of death. This demonic ship that had been passed down since the immemorial age was extremely demonic. It made them feel apprehensive. Although there were many heroes gathered, no one attacked Barbossa at this critical moment. After Barbossa's arrival, one ancient ship after another tore open the void and rushed out. God's Punishment Pirate Ship, Hell's Pirate Ship, Heavenly Dragon Pirate Ship, Demon God Pirate Ship, Evil Dragon Pirate Ship, 10,000 Demon Pirate Ship, Storm Pirate Ship, including the Empress God's Pirate Ship, Barbossa's Death Pirate Ship, SeaWorld. The 9 great pirate kings arrived together. 9 ancient ships, or they were surrounded by black fog, or they were covered by divine light, or they were filled with ghost chi. But every ancient ship emitted an ancient aura. The reason why the 9 great pirate kings were able to stand out in the Great Voyage era, to become a pirate king, it was related to the ancient ships that they controlled. Ordinary ships, if they were destroyed, with enough money, one could build or buy them. And these 9 ancient ships were all left behind from the immemorial age. And these 9 ancient ships were not simple. They had experienced the immortal war. They had been passed down until now. The 9 ancient ships had unimaginable power, especially in the sea. The Sea King was so powerful, he could not even swallow the God's pirate ship. After the Empress activated the God's pirate ship, the Sea King was scared away. From this, one could see. The God's pirate ship. What a terrifying ancient ship. The other 8 ancient ships were the same as the God's pirate ship. How terrifying was it? Only the 9 great pirate kings knew. Now, the 9 great pirate kings had arrived together. Many of the major forces were solemn and on guard. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. An ancient bronze carriage came from afar. The bronze carriage was pulled by 3 bronze immortal horses. This is the bronze immortal carriage. It's a powerhouse from the Temple of Heaven. Someone exclaimed. The most ancient force had also arrived. A terrifying aura emanated from the bronze carriage. It enveloped the God's pirate ship. Obviously, the powerhouses of the Temple of Heaven were targeting the Empress. Previously, the Empress had almost killed Tian Wufa. She had completely angered the Temple of Heaven. A top force like the Temple of Heaven. Naturally, they would not submit to humiliation. The Divine Shrine is targeting the Empress. Even though it's unlikely that they'll attack outside, in the ruins of gods, I'm guessing that the Divine Shrine will attack the Empress. I don't know if the other 8 pirate kings will participate. If the other 8 pirate kings also participate, then this battle will have a lot of implications. Lin Feng whispered. Daoist Shan nodded and said, "The 9 great pirate lords are extremely powerful, and the Temple of Heaven is no exception. Furthermore, the Temple of Heaven has connections with many local powers. If the Temple of Heaven insists on dealing with the Empress, this matter will definitely escalate into a large-scale battle. At that time, rivers of blood will flow." Many other ancient forces had also arrived. The 4 ancient empires of Zhongzhou, the Great Xia, the Great Shang, the Great Zhou, and the Great Qin. Powerhouses had arrived. In addition, the Temple of Eternal Life, the Godly Temple of the Wildlands, and the other top forces of the 72 northern states had also sent powerhouses. Song Prefecture, Immortal Prefecture, Hua Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, and so on. Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. At least half of them had arrived. Powerhouses from top forces had arrived. Outside the ruins of God, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. It was unknown how many cultivators there were. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen so many cultivators gathered together. This number, it would probably have to be calculated with an astronomical figure. It could be seen. The ruins of God had opened. What kind of huge commotion had it caused? But thinking about it, it was normal. The last time the ruins of God opened was 4,000 years ago. Other than those top experts with long lifespans who had entered, most people had never entered the ruins of God. And the ruins of God was the site of the Great War of the Gods. There were bound to be countless opportunities inside. If he could find the inheritance of an ancient god, he would immediately be able to soar. Rumble. 10 days later, the restriction that enveloped the ruins of God began to tremble violently. Immediately after, a huge whirlpool appeared above the ruins of God. "The ruins of God have opened," a cultivator shouted excitedly as he quickly rushed towards the huge, twisting whirlpool above the ruins of God. Chapter 736. Lin Feng rushed into the huge, twisting whirlpool. The world spun. Next, Lin Feng had the feeling he was being thrown away by a powerful strength. The next moment, he appeared in an ice-cold world. Looking around, it was snowing heavily. There were glaciers everywhere. Cultivators were constantly being teleported here. Obviously, this was a random teleportation. Taoist Master Shang Yuan and Zhang Junhua were both teleported elsewhere. Is this the ruins of God? Many cultivators looked around excitedly. A white world, heavy snow, glaciers. It was as if it was the eternal color of this place. Rumor has it that the ruins of God is a small world, but a peerless expert used a powerful method to connect this small world with the East Sea. That twisting whirlpool is the link between the East Sea world and the ruins of God. A cultivator said, "Small world? What's that?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator explained, "The myriad worlds in the heavens are divided into 3,000 great worlds, followed by the middle and small worlds. The 3,000 great worlds are eternal and unchanging, and the middle and small worlds are not as large as the large worlds. The middle and small worlds will revolve around the large worlds. This is the law of the universe's stars." What about the legendary undying world? Lin Feng continued. The undying world is a world above the 3,000 great worlds, countless middle and small worlds. It's ethereal, and no one knows where it is or if it really exists. The cultivator explained. People continued to ask the middle-aged, scholar-like cultivator many questions. The cultivator answered them one by one. Not long after, the cultivators who landed in the ice field flew into the distance. It suddenly descended. Thus, everyone had lost their way. Many people chose a place that they thought would lead them to leave the ice field. Lin Feng and thousands of cultivators flew in the same direction. Heavy snow fluttered. Cold wind swept through. Many people were shivering from the cold. The cold here was different from the usual cold. Even cultivators couldn't withstand it. If it was the outside world, even if it was snowing heavily, cultivators wouldn't feel the cold either. But here, many people were already pale from the cold. Why is it so cold here? Some people were puzzled. An old cultivator said, "The ruins of God has its own laws of order, and every place in the ruins of God has different laws of order. In the outside world, the laws of order are used in the entire world. So when the laws of order are activated, we don't feel too cold in the outside world. But here, the laws of order are too close to us, and we will feel cold. And even like ordinary people, if we stay in this cold environment for a long time, we will freeze to death." The group continued to move deeper into the forest. Soon after, they were attacked. The ice field cracked open. White ferocious beasts that were more than 10 meters tall rushed out from the cracked world of ice. The cultivators clashed with these terrifying creatures. Roar! With a deafening roar, a vicious beast swung its huge claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the ferocious beast collided. Immediately after, he was sent flying by the terrifying beast's claw. Isn't he too strong? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He could only feel the blood and qi in his body churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is an ancient ice demon beast. In the outside world, this race has long been extinct, but there are still such terrifying beasts here. Hurry up and leave. We are not a match for these beasts. A cultivator recognized the identity of this beast and shouted with a pale face. Everyone quickly fled into the distance. Such a powerful existence that had inherited the bloodline of an ancient beast. And it was a social creature. There was no way to fight against it. Even if the supreme expert came, most likely, he would die and his Tao would vanish. The group of people quickly fled. Soon, Lin Feng and the others escaped from that terrifying area. They all let out a long breath. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Everyone found a glacier mountain range and rested there. Across the great, desolate eons, a faint voice sounded. Suddenly, it floated in the air. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "Did you hear something?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators. Many people were startled awake. They thought that some kind of danger had appeared. This world of ice was also a place filled with danger. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they could easily die here. "Where's the sound? You're not hallucinating, are you?" Some cultivators were carefully listening, but they couldn't hear anything. They couldn't help but ask. At this time, Lin Feng carefully listened to the faint voice again, but he couldn't hear it again. Did I really hear it wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The next day, everyone went out again. A strong wind blew. A blizzard descended. Everyone stared at the blizzard as they struggled to move forward. Amidst the howling wind, there seemed to be a dignified and ancient voice mixed with it. "Even if 100 lives reincarnations will be difficult to atone for their sins," Lin Feng heard the voice again. Although it was faint, but it was clearly audible. "I think I heard a voice," a cultivator asked in bewilderment. This time, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who heard the voice. Even the other cultivators heard it. "There's a voice in the air. Where did it come from?" a cultivator said with a gloomy expression. In this dangerous wasteland of ice, hearing such a voice, it really made it hard for everyone to feel at ease. The blizzard raged. Many cultivators continued to move forward with unease. 3 days later, 1,000 tribulations, 100 difficulties, endless sins, evil, wash away the waters of the sins you have committed. Sins, the mysterious voice came again. This time, they heard it even more clearly. Everyone's expression was very unsightly. The mysterious voice came one after another. Where did it come from? This made everyone feel uneasy. Lin Feng frowned. He had a faint premonition. Something seemed to be about to happen. Not long after, the ground shook violently. The blizzard became even more violent. "Look, what's that?" a cultivator pointed into the distance and shouted in shock. Everyone looked over. and then their expressions changed abruptly. In the middle of the blizzard, a tall man with chains tied around his body. Behind him, he was pulling a mysterious stone coffin. With every step he took. Chapter 737. Icefield Coffin Pulling. How shocking was that? Everyone's face changed color. That man. Who was he? Had he been in the ruins of God all this time? In the ruins of God, he was pulling a coffin and walking aimlessly? Because of his arrival, the wind and snow became more and more violent. Many cultivators were about to be blown away by the wind. Time is hard to grind away sin in eternity, to pull the coffin forward in eternity, to redeem all sins. That mysterious voice resounded above the ice field. No one knew where it came from. Is that voice talking about him? Lin Feng looked at the handsome man. His hair was disheveled, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He pulled the ancient stone coffin and walked over step by step. Many people quickly retreated to the sides. Their expressions were uncertain. The rumors are actually true. An old cultivator looked at the coffin carrier and was shocked. He couldn't help but speak out. What rumors? Someone immediately asked. The old cultivator said, rumor has it that in the ruins of God, there was a sinner who was punished. He had a long lifespan, but he was unable to leave the icefield world. He could only pull coffins here until he died of exhaustion. Then, does that mean the rumors are true? Someone looked at the cultivator pulling the coffin and couldn't help but ask. The old cultivator nodded and said, it might be true. What's in the coffin he's pulling? Another cultivator asked, looking at the coffin with flickering eyes. That coffin was very old. Perhaps there was something amazing in it. Of course. If there was the corpse of a peerless expert, such as a god or even an emperor realm expert, the value of that would be too great. One could find the origin bone in the corpse. One could obtain a supreme inheritance. Obviously, at this moment, someone had evil thoughts. Lin Feng said indifferently, no matter what's in the coffin, we shouldn't pry. Wealth comes from danger. A cultivator said so. Lin Feng was speechless. In front of him, it wasn't a matter of wealth and danger. The icefield coffin pulling was too strange. Once they made a move, something terrible would happen. But when he saw the greed in those cultivators' eyes, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. When a person's heart is filled with endless greed and desire, in that case, no matter what you say, the other party wouldn't agree either. On the contrary, they might view the person who gave them a kind reminder with hostility. Rumble. The earth was trembling. The stone coffin was too heavy. Pulling a coffin in the icy plains. It was as if he was pulling an ancient demonic mountain. Every step he took, both were extremely difficult. The valiant man pulled the coffin over. They gradually approached Lin Feng and the others. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. They saw it. There were actually 9 stone nails on that man's body. 9 stone nails. It pierced through the man's body. The blood on the stone nail had even dried up. 9 divine seals. A cultivator exclaimed in shock. 9 divine seals? What is this? Many people looked at that cultivator in confusion. It's an ancient secret technique. It's said that the 9 seals of the godly forbidden 9 seals can easily seal a god. It's an extremely terrifying technique. Once sealed by the 9 seals of the godly forbidden 9 seals, they'll lose their godly power. Does that mean they will become ordinary people? A cultivator couldn't wait to ask. The cultivator explained, I don't know if they will become ordinary people, but it should be difficult for them to use their strength. If that's the case, we can make a move. Soon, many cultivators' eyes lit up as they stared at the ancient stone coffin. The greed in many people's hearts became more and more vigorous. Don't underestimate the ancient stone coffin, and don't underestimate the coffin carrier. Someone reminded his companions. Not everyone was controlled by greed. There were still many people who were cautious. Because the icefield coffin pulling was too strange. Perhaps some evil things might happen. What are you afraid of? When we open the coffin and obtain the treasures inside, you will know how correct my choice was. The cultivator who was persuaded refuted his companions. Swoosh, finally, Some cultivators made a move, unwilling to wait any longer. Their eyes were filled with greed. More than 60 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin, the ice-field coffin pulling. Even after so many years, they still wouldn't stop to rest. The coffin carrier struggled to pull the ancient stone coffin behind him. In this world of ice and snow, his feet were bare. Step by step, it was difficult to move forward. "Stop!" A cultivator sneered and attacked the coffin carrier, wanting to force him to stop. A powerful attack directly swept towards the coffin carrier. The coffin carrier endured their attacks, but he didn't resist. He was drowned by the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. He actually didn't resist? It seems like he was really sealed. His body withstood the attacks. Wouldn't he die without a doubt? Many cultivators muttered. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little moved, because there was no danger. So they also wanted to get a share of the loot. At this moment, the energy dissipated. Everyone saw that the coffin carrier wasn't harmed at all. He was still pulling the ancient stone coffin. Step by step, he continued forward. What a powerful body. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, the coffin carrier didn't deliberately resist the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. His body withstood such a powerful attack without any damage. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. The coffin carrier's body was actually this strong? It was really shocking. However, seeing that the coffin carrier didn't do anything else, the cultivators who attacked him heaved a sigh of relief. Someone said, "This coffin carrier seems to have been cursed, so other than pulling the coffin, he can't do anything else. Since that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of the coffin carrier anymore. Our goal is the ancient stone coffin, so let's directly open it." This cultivator's suggestion received everyone's approval. They rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. "Let's go take a look." Another 100 or so cultivators flew out. Lin Feng didn't move, he just watched from afar. The coffin carrier was too strange. He didn't want to come into contact with such a strange existence. Nearly 200 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. Their faces were filled with greed. However, when they rushed in front of the ancient stone coffin, something terrifying happened. Bang, 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 they saw. One cultivator's body directly exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist lingered in the air. It emitted a strong smell of blood. The rest of the cultivators who rushed towards the ancient stone coffin fled outside in fear. But no one could escape from the situation. Everyone's body directly exploded. Nearly 200 cultivators instantly died tragically. The bloody mist in the air was instantly swallowed by the ancient stone coffin. Heavens, what's inside the ancient stone coffin? It actually swallowed the bloody mist of those cultivators' bodies after they exploded? Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Buzz. At the same time, the ancient stone coffin trembled slightly, and even the air shook. An aura that could destroy the world spread out from the ancient stone coffin. That aura seemed to want to destroy this world. Immediately after, demonic mist gushed out and swallowed the cultivators in the distance. Not good, run. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The ancient stone coffin was too strange. It wanted to devour everyone. No one dared to stay for a moment. They turned around and fled into the distance. Chapter 738. Help! Screams of fear came from behind. A cultivator shrouded in the black fog cried out for help. They hoped that someone could save them. But now, everyone couldn't even protect themselves. Who would save others? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies exploding rose and fell. The blood mist was all swallowed by the ancient sarcophagus. He didn't know what was inside the ancient sarcophagus, but it was so evil. Damn it. I already told them that the Icefield's coffin pulling was very strange. I told them not to touch the ancient sarcophagus, but they didn't listen. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. For someone like Lin Feng, who had never planned to touch the ancient sarcophagus from the beginning, this was simply an unexpected disaster. Many people died tragically. They all died because they were implicated by those people. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the distance. However, a strong wind blew here. His speed was greatly affected. Therefore, the black fog behind him surged, getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. I don't want to die, a cultivator cried out in fear. He even used a secret escape technique that consumed a lot of energy. However, he still couldn't escape successfully. Everyone was swallowed by the black fog. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. Demon Lord, save me. Lin Feng sent a message to the Demon Lord. But he didn't get a response from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord sat on a lonely grave. His eyes pierced through the void. He looked at the coffin carrier and the ancient sarcophagus. Sky-burying coffin. The Demon Lord muttered, even if you exchange 10 drops of immortal god blood for it, I won't do it. If I do, I will be buried by the sky-burying coffin. Then, the Demon Lord sat there with a very sad look, motionless. His eyes were deep. No one knew what the Demon Lord was thinking. Crack, crack. His body cracked. Lin Feng's face was pale. He crazily circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. It was difficult to resist the terrifying situation of his body cracking. Bronze mirror, come out, Lin Feng shouted. He activated the bronze mirror. In a flash, a bronze light emerged from the bronze mirror and protected Lin Feng. Not only did the bronze mirror have powerful attack power, but it also had powerful defense power. This was the treasure that Lin Feng had obtained from Macho's cave. He still remembered. That peerlessly beautiful woman was waiting for her lover to return, silently guarding. Until my youth is gone. Her immortal face grew old. She didn't manage to wait for her lover to return. It was filled with endless nostalgia, sadness, and longing. Macho left the world. This bronze mirror was Senior Macho's most precious treasure. Its power was astonishing. After it protected Lin Feng, Senior Macho's eyes lit up. His body finally stopped crumbling. Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to escape from the black fog. However, the ancient stone coffin was too strange. It was as if he had already sensed that Lin Feng was going to escape. Within the black fog, a thick chain condensed into form. Then, it swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was swept away by the black chain. His body moved horizontally. His face was as pale as paper. His expression was gloomy. His face was extremely ugly. The black chain's attack was too strong. Even the defensive system light shield created by the bronze mirror was about to shatter. Lin Feng got up from the ground and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew away. At this time, the black chain swept towards Lin Feng again. Its power was even stronger. It spread out. Waves of destructive energy rippled out. That aura made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't escape just by thinking about it. He held the bronze mirror in his hand. He stimulated the power of the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror shot out rays of bronze light, sweeping towards the black chain. Bang, 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 a violent collision sound. Suddenly, it resounded. The bronze light emitted by the bronze mirror was shattered by the black chains. The power of the black chain was really too strong. The black chain grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a mountain and smashed towards Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng's face was pale. He wasn't willing to die like this. Lin Feng directly burned his lifespan to activate the bronze mirror. Generally, powerful magic treasures could increase their power by burning their lifespan. Lin Feng burned 50 years of his lifespan. The powerful power that was exchanged by burning his lifespan all poured into the bronze mirror. Buzz. The bronze mirror emitted an even more powerful aura. Amidst the bronze light, it was hazy. A figure appeared. The figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. That figure only flashed and disappeared in an instant. The bronze mirror and the black chain collided. The bronze mirror temporarily blocked the attack of the black chain. But obviously, it couldn't hold on for too long. The black chains were simply too powerful. The destructive power it caused. It was simply unimaginable. Crack, crack. Not long after, the bronze mirror's defensive system began to shatter again. Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Something that Lin Feng didn't expect happened. The coffin carrier, who had been struggling to move forward. When the bronze mirror was activated, he actually turned his head to look. Lin Feng saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with endless confusion, as if lost in an unknown world. Now, that pair of confused eyes regained a trace of clarity. Boom! The coffin carrier attacked and slammed his palm on the ancient stone coffin. The ancient stone coffin shook and the chains shattered. The black fog also began to dissipate. But soon, the ancient stone coffin emitted an even more powerful aura. Rumble, rumble. The ancient stone coffin shook, as if the void was about to shatter. The lid of the ancient stone coffin seemed to be pushed open by something. Heavens, what's buried in the ancient stone coffin? Could it be that a living being is really buried? He's struggling, trying to break out of the ancient stone coffin. Could it be that he's not dead? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The ancient stone coffin was too strange. The coffin carrier's mouth moved. It seemed to be chanting a spell. Then, the mysterious runes on the ancient stone coffin began to distort. There were a total of 9 runes. The 9 runes transformed into 9 true dragons. The 9 true dragons roared. Then, the 9 true dragons transformed into 9 chains that wrapped around the ancient stone coffin. The existence inside the ancient stone coffin. It stopped struggling. Everything returned to calm. The coffin carrier only regained clarity for a moment. He soon became muddle-headed again. He was aimless. It was difficult. He pulled the ancient stone coffin. He advanced in the fierce wind and snow. Rumble. The earth trembled. He pulled the ice coffin. It gradually went away. Lin Feng looked at the coffin carrier's back, but he couldn't calm down. Who was he? Was he really cursed by someone? Why was he pulling the coffin here? Rumor had it that he was a sinner. Was he really a sinner? Why would he help him? This was what Lin Feng wanted to know the most. Could it be? The bronze mirror? Lin Feng looked at the bronze mirror in his hand that had dimmed its light. He stood in the wind and snow for a long time without moving, until the coffin carrier disappeared at the end of the endless ice field. Demon Lord, are you not going to devour that golden bell? Lin Feng asked. He recalled the scene when the Demon Lord devoured the 2 Dao artifacts. Clearly, the small golden bell seemed to be much stronger than the 2 Dao tools that the Demon Lord had devoured. If the Demon Lord swallowed the small golden bell, in that case, the Demon Lord would definitely awaken an even greater power. Lin Feng hoped that the Demon Lord would leave the Demon Orb as soon as he revived, so that he could become the true owner of the Demon Orb. The Demon Lord said indifferently, "The small golden bell is not simple. Run for your life. Once it revives with your cultivation, it will be too late for you to escape." Lin Feng naturally didn't think that the Demon Lord was talking nonsense. He whispered to the people around him, "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." "Kid, you're so scared just by watching the battle from afar? Why don't you go back while it's still early?" Someone sneered. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those people and quickly left. There were also some people who didn't want to believe that Lin Feng was telling the truth, so they left with him. They had just flown 30 kilometers. The small golden bell suddenly flew into the air. Then, the small golden bell began to grow rapidly. The bell grew larger and larger, and larger and larger. Finally, the small golden bell grew to 100 meters in size. Everyone looked at the huge golden bell in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on. "It really is a supreme treasure." Someone shouted excitedly and pounced on the golden bell. Dong at this time. The golden bell that had been silent all this time suddenly made a dull sound. The sound of the bell resounded through the sky. With the golden bell as the center, waves of energy ripples swept out. Bang, bang, bang. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. They died on the spot. "Run!" Everyone cried out in horror. Who would dare to stay for a moment? They turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It was too terrifying. The lethality of the golden bell was unimaginable. However, it was too late to escape now. The speed at which the sound waves spread was simply too fast. Many cultivators were instantly drowned by the sound waves. Their bodies instantly collapsed. How could this be? More than 300 cultivators who were watching the battle from the outside cried out in fear and fled for their lives. When Lin Feng warned these people before, there were even people who mocked Lin Feng. But now, they were so scared that their faces were pale and filled with regret. Why didn't they leave with that kid just now? They frantically fled into the distance. But they couldn't avoid the sound waves at all. Terrifying sound waves. In an instant, these 300 cultivators were drowned. Everyone died tragically. Lin Feng and the others, who had fled 50 miles away, turned their heads to look at what was happening in the distance. Their faces were pale. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. In an instant, they were killed by the golden bell. What level of treasure was that? Wasn't it too terrifying? Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the golden bell. Then, the golden bell actually flew in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Not good. This golden bell has locked onto us. Let's go. Seeing the golden bell flying over, Lin Feng's face changed greatly. They quickly fled into the distance. The golden bell chased after them. When they passed by a snowy mountain, the snowy mountain split open. A snowy white dragon that was 1,000 meters long appeared. It was actually a blood dragon. The blood dragon roared towards the sky and waved its huge claws, smashing towards the small golden bell. Bang! The snow dragon collided with the small golden bell. The sky shook and the earth shook. The two powerful existences fought together, causing the sky to darken. The sun and moon lost their light, and the ice field was about to sink. Such a big commotion. Naturally, there was no way to hide it. Countless cultivators rushed over. There was no lack of strong cultivators among them. This is the golden demon bell. It's actually this treasure? A middle-aged cultivator exclaimed as he looked at the ancient bell, his eyes bursting with light. He was an imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire, and his status was frightening. The golden demon bell, this is a divine weapon. An old man stepped forward, surrounded by endless divine flames. This was a strong cultivator of the Qinwu people who had transformed into a human. Hee. So it's the golden demon bell that has appeared. Such a thing. Can you give it to me? The Empress walked over and said with a smile. Every move. She charmed everyone. Countless cultivators were captivated by her beauty. Empress, your charms are useless against us. Chapter 740. I didn't use any charms on you. The Empress laughed. She looked back and smiled charmingly. The beauties of the 6 palaces were colorless. Perhaps it was referring to a woman like the Empress. She was too perfect, so beautiful that it was suffocating. The imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire looked indifferent. He didn't say anything else. His eyes were fixed on the golden demon bell and the snow dragon. The old man from the Qinwu people was the same. Their goal was the golden demon bell. As for Lin Feng and the others, they were just watching the show. A treasure like the golden demon bell was too terrifying. It was impossible to obtain or subdue it. Lin Feng looked at the Empress with interest. He was admiring her. This woman was indeed beautiful. So beautiful that Lin Feng couldn't describe her beauty with words. The #1 beauty of Tianwu University. And she was so powerful. What kind of man was he? How could he conquer a woman like the Empress? The Empress seemed to have sensed something. She turned to look at Lin Feng. The Empress revealed a charming expression and asked, Am I beautiful? Yes, of course. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Many people were infatuated and praised her loudly. Yes, you are indeed beautiful. Lin Feng glanced at the Empress's slender and beautiful legs, full breasts, her beautiful face, a slender waist that could be held with one arm. He muttered in his heart. This woman was indeed perfect. She had a golden ratio body and an extremely perfect face. Coupled with her powerful strength, she was simply the nemesis of all men. She saw that Lin Feng wasn't charmed by her, and his gaze was very bold as he looked at the key parts of her body. The Empress had a strange feeling. In the Empress's eyes, there were 2 types of men. The first type, men who were infatuated with her. The second type, he was a man who wasn't charmed by her but didn't dare to look her in the eye. Because, even those men who were not charmed by her, if he dared to stare at her for a long time, the Empress was also confident that she could make the other party fall into a state of enchantment and be unable to extricate himself. This was the Empress's confidence. Right now, this guy in front of him. She even dared to stare at him with such impudent eyes. Because this was the first time something like this had happened, the Empress had a strange feeling in her heart. He was furious. She wanted to use her charming martial spirit to deal with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Lin Feng turned his face away from the Empress. This was because Lin Feng knew that the Empress's charm martial soul was terrifying. Therefore, when the Water Empress activated her charming martial spirit, do not look at the Water Empress. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. That bastard. The Empress gritted her teeth and walked over, wanting to teach Lin Feng a lesson. But at this moment, below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, the ice plains collapsed. The destructive power of the battle between these two terrifying existences was simply too terrifying. It directly pierced through the ice field. Rumble, immediately after. A large area of the ice field began to collapse. Many people were almost flying into the air. They saw that below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, a huge abyss with a radius of more than 30 miles had collapsed. Black fog spread out from the abyss. A terrifying aura surged out. That abyss seemed to be connected to the netherworld. Heavens, how could such a huge abyss collapse? What's under this abyss? Many people looked at the abyss in shock. Swoosh. The Golden Demon Bell did not stop and rushed into the abyss. Roar. The Snow Dragon also let out a loud dragon roar and rushed into the abyss. Could it be a great opportunity? The imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire was shocked and rushed into the abyss. He was such a big shot. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, when he saw the abyss appear, he knew that it was not simple. The old Qinwu people also rushed in. The Empress glanced at Lin Feng. Although she wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, the Empress knew the most important thing now was to go to the abyss to find the opportunity. She also rushed into the abyss. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost run away just now. After these powerhouses rushed into the abyss, more and more cultivators also entered the abyss. Lin Feng also rushed into the abyss. In the abyss, black fog rolled. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. This is black goldgrass. Some cultivators exclaimed as they found a treasure on the walls of the abyss. Black goldgrass. It was a spirit herb that looked like black gold. Black goldgrass was extremely rare. 10 stalks of black goldgrass could be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. Many cultivators rushed over when they heard about the black goldgrass. They began to collect the black goldgrass. But at this moment, the surrounding rock walls suddenly turned into stone giants. These rock giants were extremely ugly. They had wings, and their roars shook the sky. They swung their huge palms at the cultivators collecting the black goldgrass. Many cultivators were not prepared at all. They were hit by the stone giants' claws. One by one, the cultivators were sent flying and died on the spot. The cultivators who were not killed by the stone giants were also seriously injured. It's the stone giants. Quickly attack them. Kill the stone giants, and we will be able to get the stone heart. That is a treasure formed by heaven and earth. If we sell it at the auction house, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Seeing the stone giants appear one after another, many cultivators became excited and shouted loudly. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were very afraid of these stone giants and quickly flew down the abyss. However, even more cultivators took out their magic treasures to attack the stone giants. These cultivators obviously wanted to kill the stone giants and get the stone heart, but they underestimated the stone giant's strength. When the magic treasures bombarded the stone giants' bodies, the magic treasures could not destroy the stone giants' bodies at all. The stone giants' bodies were too hard. They blocked the attacks of the cultivators' magic treasures. Then, the rock giants roared and pounced on the cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. The stone giants' attacks were very simple, just a pair of hands. Cultivators were constantly killed. And when these cultivators were being slaughtered by the stone giants, Lin Feng had already arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Many cultivators rushed into the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was very large, like an underground space. There was ice everywhere. The temperature was extremely low. Look, a group of palaces, Not long after, a cultivator pointed to the depths. Everyone looked over. They saw huge palaces appear in their line of sight. These palaces were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. Why are there so many palaces here? Lin Feng was shocked. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Someone had already pushed open a huge palace. That palace. It seemed to be a main hall. It was 300 to 400 meters tall. Many cultivators rushed into the palace. Lin Feng also entered the palace with the many cultivators. That is, Chapter 741. It was hazy. Everything was dark. However, one could see a beautiful figure standing there. She was wearing a snow-white dress, like a fairy from the Moon Palace, cold and beautiful. She opened the door to the palace. To think that such a beautiful woman had actually appeared. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? She was so beautiful, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her every move was filled with charm that could make anyone fall head over heels for her. She's not a person, an old cultivator said solemnly. Could she be a ghost? Someone's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was such a mysterious group of palaces. It was indeed possible for some strange things to happen. No, it's not a ghost, it's a brand. In the past, this woman lived here. Lin Feng said. They only heard the word brand. Many people were relieved. The hazy and mysterious woman walked towards the depths of the palace. It was pitch black. Her figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Quick, chase after her and take a look, a cultivator said and quickly chased after the mysterious woman. Who is she? This palace? What's going on? Lin Feng frowned and thought. The palace was continuous. The appearance of such a woman was indeed very strange. The area of this palace was too big. After passing through an unknown number of halls, the mysterious woman disappeared without a trace in a courtyard. She disappeared. Many people frowned. The mysterious woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was too strange. Everyone began to observe the courtyard. This was a courtyard that connected the four palaces. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a corridor that led to the palace. In the courtyard, there were rockery and strange stones, and a small bridge with flowing water. The environment was elegant. Many people looked at the courtyard. Everyone was observing, hoping to find some opportunities. But obviously, this was not an easy task. Although this place is continuous with palaces, there are not many main palaces. The palace we're in is one of the main palaces. It's impossible for there to be nothing left in such a main palace. A cultivator said. He was hopeful about the opportunities here. There were at least 2,000 cultivators pouring into the courtyard. In the depths of the courtyard, there were 4 passageways that led even deeper into the palace. Some cultivators rushed towards these passageways, wanting to investigate. However, right at that moment, a miserable scream was heard. A cultivator fell to the ground, his body twitching violently and his face pale. His entire body stiffened, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His appearance was truly terrifying. What happened? Many people's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly walked over. Lin Feng squatted down and examined him. With a serious expression, he said, "He's poisoned." Just as he finished speaking, right at this moment, a beam of light flew out with a swoosh sound and shot towards Lin Feng. He took a closer look. It was actually a poisonous insect that looked like a scorpion or a mantis. It had wings and was extremely fast. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. This kind of living being was entirely green in color. Clearly, there was a deadly poison in his body. Be careful. Seeing the beam of light shooting towards Lin Feng, someone reminded him. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He gently slashed out a sword chi and tore the poisonous insect apart. Dark green mantis scorpion, hurry up and leave. This is a highly poisonous creature, and it's a swarm of poisonous insects. Once its poison invades your body, you'll definitely die. When a cultivator saw the poisonous insect that Lin Feng had killed, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. However, his body didn't slow down at all as he shot towards the outside. It was obvious that many people had heard of the reputation of the dark green mantis scorpion. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically as they quickly rushed outside. However, it was too late to leave now. Buzz, buzz, in the air, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. In the fake mountains of the courtyard, in the grass, a dense group of dark green mantis scorpions pounced towards the cultivators. Soon, many cultivators began to scream miserably. They died tragically under the attacks of the dark green mantis scorpions. Use your magic treasure to attack these poisonous insects, a cultivator shouted. Many cultivators hurriedly took out their magic treasure and attacked the dark green mantis scorpions. However, there were too many dark green mantis scorpions. Although the dark green mantis scorpions were constantly killed by the magic treasure, however, more and more dark green mantis scorpions rushed out. Cultivators continued to die tragically. Out of more than 2,000 cultivators, it didn't take long for 400 to 500 people to die. The insect king is here. Not far away, a cultivator shouted loudly. The insect king that was commanding the swarm of insects to attack everyone appeared in a patch of grass. It was a dark green mantis scorpion the size of a wash basin. It was much larger than an ordinary dark green mantis scorpion. More than 10 cultivators rushed forward, wanting to kill the insect king. If they could kill the insect king, the dark green mantis scorpions would definitely disperse because there was no dragon left. However, the insect king was too powerful. It quickly flew out as fast as lightning. Puff, puff. More than 10 cultivators' heads were instantly chopped off by the insect king's sharp claws. Cultivators continued to attack the insect king. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. However, these cultivators' fates were all very tragic. They all died under the insect king's claws. This insect king's strength was a bit abnormal. In the end, there were only about 1,000 cultivators left. However, the swarm of insects kept increasing. It was obvious that they were in danger of being wiped out at any time. Attack it separately. Don't be too concentrated. I have a treasure. Let's see if it can kill the insect king. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Things had reached the most critical point. Even though he knew that he might die in the insect king's hands, Lin Feng had to give it his all, because their forces were quickly weakening. If they waited until all the cultivators died, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone, cover us! An old man shouted in a deep voice. Many cultivators resisted the attacks of the swarm with difficulty. They protected Lin Feng and more than 10 people in the middle and separated the swarm from the insect king. The swarm of insects seemed to know that these cultivators were going to attack the insect king, so they attacked even more crazily. They won't be able to hold on for long. Let's do it, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 10 cultivators rushed towards the insect king. The insect king looked at them with contempt. Obviously, this dark green mantis scorpion king already had an extremely high level of intelligence. The dark green mantis scorpion king also rushed into the crowd. Puff, puff. The heads of the cultivators were cut off one by one. Lin Feng took out the bronze mirror, but he couldn't see the dark green mantis scorpion king at all. The dark green mantis scorpion king's speed was too fast. Second brother, third brother, live well? Bring my body back and bury it. A cultivator in his 30s roared. His body burned as he rushed towards the dark green mantis scorpion king. Big brother. The 2 younger cultivators cried out sorrowfully. Tears welled up in their eyes. The cultivator burned his life essence and raised his battle strength to the extreme. He wasn't instantly killed by the dark green mantis scorpion king. Instead, he hugged the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king was too powerful. Its claws directly shattered his chest. I found its weakness at the neck. Quick, kill it. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng. Bronze mirror. Lin Feng quickly activated the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror swept out a terrifying light and bombarded the dark green mantis scorpion king's body. It instantly pierced through the dark green mantis scorpion king's neck. The dark green mantis scorpion king the size of a wash basin fell to the ground. Chapter 742. The insect king was killed. As expected, The insect swarm was in chaos. Without a group of dragons, the insect swarm's combat strength was greatly reduced, and many poisonous insects were killed. The insect swarm could no longer organize a powerful force and began to retreat. They either drilled into the ground or hid in a hidden place. Quick, let's go. We can't stay here for long. Many cultivators' faces were pale. Being able to survive made them feel like they were in a dream. So. Those cultivators didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed into the 4 tunnels to look for opportunities. Big brother, you died so miserably. 2 young cultivators knelt in front of the dead cultivator and cried. Lin Feng stood not far away, looking at the dead cultivator, full of admiration. That cultivator dared to risk his life to fight the Insect King. It was already admirable. Seeing that the Insect King couldn't be defeated. In order to protect his 2 younger brothers, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. This was the kinship of blood, making him sacrifice his life for his 2 younger brothers. My condolences. After fighting together, the few cultivators who survived all patted the 2 brothers on the shoulders. Then, they quickly left. The dead can't be revived. The best way to repay your brother is for you to live a better life, Lin Feng said. The 2 of them nodded and kept their brother's corpse. They also entered a tunnel. Those who died had already passed away, and those who were alive had to move forward. This was the path of a cultivator. Although 9 of them died, but they still had to press forward. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the green mantis scorpion king's claws actually moved. It's not dead? Lin Feng was shocked. He took out the black dragon sword and gave the green mantis scorpion king another stab. But it was still not enough to kill the green mantis scorpion king. The insect king was struggling. What a strong vitality! If not for knowing the insect king's weakness, I'm afraid everyone would have died under its claws today. Let me try and see if I can burn the insect king to death with my heavenly fire. Lin Feng was about to use his heavenly fire to burn the insect king. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual will entered Lin Feng's mind. Spare me. Spare me. I'm willing to serve you. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard the voice. It turned out to be the dark green mantis scorpion king's divine telekinesis. This was the bug king. He had actually cultivated to the point where he could communicate with humans. Obviously, this bug king was more complicated than Lin Feng had imagined. All right, since you want to live, open your soul and let me place a soul imprint in your soul. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king felt indignant, but it knew. If he didn't obey, only death awaited him. Thus, he opened his soul. Lin Feng successfully branded his soul imprint into the dark green mantis scorpion king's soul. Just like that, Lin Feng no longer had to worry about the dark green mantis scorpion king harming him. Lin Feng took out a beast slave bag. This was something he had obtained from killing the crimson-robed beastmaster. Blood-robed beast tamers were known to cultivate all kinds of poisonous creatures. Currently, Lin Feng's storage ring even contained the poisonous creatures that the crimson-robed beast tamers had cultivated in the past. There were even many poisonous insects. Of course, those poisonous insects couldn't be compared to the dark green mantis scorpion group. Since you are the bug king here, summon all the poisonous insects here and let them be under my command. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. How terrifying was this swarm of insects? Lin Feng had already seen it. If he could control the swarm of insects, even if it was a supreme expert of the creation realm, if he was careless, he might be heavily injured by the swarm. He might even be killed by the swarm. Yes, master. The dark green mantis scorpion king replied. Then, it emitted a special wave and contacted the swarm of insects hidden in the surroundings. Then, a dense swarm of insects flew out. Seeing the black mass of dark green mantis scorpions, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, these dark green mantis scorpions wouldn't attack him now. All the dark green mantis scorpions flew into the beast slave bag. A happy smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He kept the beast slave bag. With this group of dark green mantis scorpions, even if he met a creation realm expert, he might be able to kill the other party. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, More cultivators poured into the hall from outside. Lin Feng didn't stop either. He chose a passage and rushed into it. The passageway was deep, and soon he saw the great halls on both sides of the passageway. Many of the great halls had been opened, and within the great halls, there was an extremely fierce battle. Cultivators continued to die miserably. Obviously, they must have found some treasure. Many cultivators were fighting crazily. Previously, we were fighting against the dark green mantis group together, but now, we can't wait to kill each other. How ironic. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't enter the halls to snatch the treasures, but instead walked deeper in. In the deepest part, there was one of the most enormous palaces. Rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. A large number of cultivators were gathered here, trying their best to push open the huge stone door. Crack, crack. Finally, with the efforts of hundreds of cultivators, the door was being pushed open bit by bit. The 200-meter-tall door was finally pushed open, revealing a 3-meter-long gap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, many cultivators rushed into the hall. Lin Feng also entered the hall. He saw this hall was divided into 9 levels. The first level of the hall, there was only one statue. It was a statue of a woman. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. After seeing this woman's statue, he instantly thought of the mysterious woman he saw when he first entered the hall. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. In the end, she disappeared from the courtyard. It was this woman in front of him. Her statue appeared in the first level of the 9 palaces. Other than this statue, there was nothing else in the first level of the hall. The cultivators who entered did not pay attention to the statue and rushed into the depths of the hall. Lin Feng was about to enter the depths of the hall. At this time, the dark green mantis scorpion king transmitted a spiritual fluctuation. Master, there's a mystery behind the statue. There's a mystery behind it? Lin Feng was surprised. He came to the back of the statue and saw nothing. He touched the statue with his hand. Under the neck, there were some different places. He pressed hard. Crack. A groove appeared. In the groove, there was a bracelet. Storage bracelet? Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was actually a storage bracelet. This kind of thing was very rare because storage bracelets were all made of jade. It was extremely difficult, and the technology had long been lost. Obviously, this storage bracelet had an extremely ancient origin. Could it be this woman's thing? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Storage bracelet? It's actually a storage bracelet? Chapter 743. Kid, stop right there. More than 10 cultivators stopped Lin Feng, who was about to leave. Not good. The people from Cold Fiend Island are one step ahead of us. Let's wait and see for now. There were also some cultivators who stood not far away and looked over coldly. Obviously, those people also saw that Lin Feng had obtained a storage bracelet. They all had evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, Lin Feng was just one person. It would not take much effort to deal with him. However, the cultivators from Cold Fiend Island had taken the initiative to attack, which made them wary. Cold Fiend Island was a famous ancient force in the East Sea world. Although they were not as powerful as the 3 saints and 4 immortals, their strength could not be underestimated. With such a powerful force as their backing, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were naturally fearless. Lin Feng glanced at the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island and asked, "What's the matter? Did you just get a storage bracelet?" Someone asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng answer so straightforwardly, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were very surprised. Then, another cultivator from Cold Fiend Island sneered and said, "In that case, hand over the storage bracelet and we will spare your life." The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng dared to say no, these people would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng. I wonder if that kid will hand it over? If he gives the storage bracelet to the people of Cold Fiend Island, we will have no chance at all. He should hand it over, right? After all, he's just one person. If he dares to resist, isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing. At that moment, Lin Feng's answer made these people stunned. Scram. Just one word. simple and decisive. The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were not the only ones in disbelief. Even the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Feng to dare tell the people of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Didn't this kid see that there were 3 young experts on Cold Fiend Island? He actually dared to tell the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Was this kid tired of living? The cultivators from Cold Fiend Island twitched their mouths. Immediately after, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their opinion, Lin Feng, a mere cultivator at the peak of the Martial King realm, actually dared to tell them to scram. This was already a capital offense. You reckless fool. A cultivator from Cold Fiend Island attacked Lin Feng. These cultivators from Cold Fiend Island were very powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them, kill without mercy. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Murder. Sometimes it's very simple. He didn't need any reason to kill. This was the world of cultivators. The cultivator sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. This palm was like a cold blade slashing down. Many people even vaguely felt that they saw a blade light streaking across the void. Afterward, that blade light, in an instant, it slashed towards Lin Feng. It's an ancient secret technique passed down from Cold Fiend Island, the cold saber palm technique. It's said that once this cold saber palm technique is successfully cultivated, the palm will be extremely sharp and can cut through iron like mud. How powerful is this cold saber palm technique? Won't that kid be split in half? Yes, I'm afraid he'll be killed instantly. Some onlookers were discussing. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't withstand this attack. Reckless fool, I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Facing the attack of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator, Lin Feng shouted coldly and directly exhaled. His breath turned into a sword. The chest of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator who attacked Lin Feng was pierced through. His body flew backward. He fell to the ground. He was already dead. He killed a cultivator at the peak of the Martial King realm with a breath? Oh my God. Isn't that kid too powerful? Many cultivators cried out in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would die in the hands of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator. However, they didn't expect that Lin Feng would kill the other party in an instant. Killing with a breath. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too unbelievable? But it was such an unbelievable scene. However, it really happened in front of them. This kid actually hid his strength. Let's attack together and cut this kid into 1,000 pieces. A Yin-Yang realm cultivator from the Cold Fiend Island shouted coldly. Phew, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the siege of these experts, his attack was very simple. He spat out a breath. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen cultivators' bodies were pierced one after another. The Cold Fiend Island cultivators. They died tragically on the spot, killing with a breath. It was amazing. Such a technique. Only by condensing one's strength to the extreme could one use it. Originally, everyone had only heard of killing with a breath. However, they had never seen it before. Today, they saw with their own eyes the method of killing with a breath. The cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island were all experts. However, they were killed by a breath. Among the dozen or so cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island, only 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators were still alive. Their cultivation levels were very high. They blocked Lin Feng's breath. Damn it! Use the flying swords to kill him. The eyes of the 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators were filled with killing intent. One by one, they roared. Buzz, buzz. Intense fluctuations swept through the world. 3 pinnacle treasures appeared. Each of them was a treasure. They were all emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Pinnacle treasures. And there are 3 of them. What a powerful fluctuation. What a terrifying aura. As expected of a pinnacle treasure. This time, that kid is in danger. Facing the attack of 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless he can take out an even more powerful Dharma treasure. An even more powerful Dharma treasure? Doesn't that mean that he needs to take out a Tao artifact? A Tao artifact isn't something that ordinary people can have. Doesn't that mean that this kid is definitely going to die? Many people were discussing. Seeing the three Cold Fiend Island cultivators take out their pinnacle treasure flying swords, the onlookers knew that Lin Feng's fate was likely to be sealed. Swish! The three pinnacle treasure flying swords quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Fast. Their speed was too fast. They slashed down in an instant. They wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. Humph. Facing the attack of three pinnacle treasure flying swords, Lin Feng sneered and punched out. Clang, clang, clang. Three consecutive loud and muffled sounds were heard. The three pinnacle treasure flying swords were sent flying by Lin Feng's iron fists. His physical body can shake Dharma treasures? Is he still human? Seeing this, many of the spectating cultivators were almost scared to death. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of an Yin-Yang realm cultivator. He let out a long howl. His breath was like a sword. Puff. The Yin-Yang realm cultivator's head was cut off by Lin Feng's breath. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 744. You're actually so powerful. The other two Yin-Yang cultivators from Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with pale faces. They originally thought that Lin Feng was a small fry that they could kill at will. They didn't know until now. They were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng was too powerful. So powerful. It was not something they could fight against. At this moment, the two of them were almost scared out of their wits. They no longer had the courage to fight. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the two of them. He had no intention of letting them go. We are from Cold Fiend Island. If you dare to kill us, Cold Fiend Island will not let you go. The two Yin-Yang cultivators threatened. They wanted to use Cold Fiend Island to intimidate Lin Feng. They wanted Lin Feng to let them live. At the same time, the two of them were filled with killing intent. They had made up their minds. As long as they escaped, they would find the experts from Cold Fiend Island and cut Lin Feng into pieces, to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, the two of them did not expect that. Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. So what if they brought out Cold Fiend Island? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked coldly at the two cultivators from Cold Fiend Island and said contemptuously, Cold Fiend Island? Is it very powerful? That faint mocking voice sounded. Lin Feng's attack had already blasted towards the two of them. Sky Splitter struck out. In the void, it condensed into a dazzling saber light. That saber light, it was as if it was going to tear the void apart. Its power was unimaginably strong. We'll fight it out with you. The two Cold Fiend Island cultivators' eyes also revealed a fierce gaze. They roared and pounced towards Lin Feng from left and right. Puff, puff. But it was useless. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by the saber light. Blood splattered. The two Cold Fiend Island cultivators were killed, seeing more than a dozen cultivators from Cold Fiend Island killed by Lin Feng. The other cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. Among the cultivators who were watching the show, there were still some who wanted to attack Lin Feng. But now, he was so scared that he seemed to have lost half his life. Lin Feng coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Lin Feng no longer paid any attention to these cultivators who were watching the show. He quickly headed towards the depths. In the 9 halls, starting from the second palace, treasures began to appear. Many people, they all went forward to snatch it. Lin Feng didn't stay outside. He went all the way inside. They arrived at the 9th palace. The 9th palace was the largest. To Lin Feng's surprise, the 9th palace was empty. There was no treasure. He didn't even have anything. However, Lin Feng discovered that there were many mysterious pictures in the 9th palace. These pictures, the content of the painting was also very strange. Some of the pictures seemed to be scenes of ancient people offering sacrifices to their ancestors. In some of the pictures, there were crowds of people. It seemed like a large-scale battle was taking place. Some of the pictures were of huge palaces being built to worship the gods. Some of the paintings depicted mountains and rivers. Some of the paintings depicted floods. An ancient powerhouse appeared to control the floods. Some of the paintings seemed to be about cultivation. The figures in the paintings sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. All kinds of pictures appeared in his line of sight. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He didn't understand the meaning of these murals. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall, carefully staring at the contents of the murals and whispering from time to time. Hum. At this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from not far away. In front of a mural, a young cultivator sat cross-legged. The fluctuation came from the young cultivator's body. "He has an epiphany," someone exclaimed. Epiphany. It was an extremely difficult state to enter. Once one entered the state of epiphany, they would often be able to obtain extremely great benefits. Epiphany by looking at the murals. It seems that these murals are not simple. Many cultivators hurriedly found a place to sit down and also observe the murals, wanting to have an epiphany. If they could enter the state of epiphany, they might be able to obtain great benefits. It was like how cultivators comprehended spirit. Many people entered the mysterious state of epiphany. When they woke up, they discovered they had actually comprehended spirit. However, there were also some cultivators who looked at the young cultivator who had an epiphany and sneered. There was no lack of people in the world who were jealous. 5 cultivators walked towards the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. One of them glanced at the young cultivator who had an epiphany. The state of epiphany is about to be interrupted, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't help but feel pity for the young cultivator. If the state of epiphany was interrupted, if they wanted to enter the state of epiphany again, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. Seeing that these people were about to succeed, suddenly, divine light surged from the body of the cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. Immediately after, a dueling god flew out. The dueling god roared and charged towards the cultivator who attacked. External incarnation. Many cultivators exclaimed. The dueling god was the external incarnation that the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany had refined. It was very similar to Lin Feng's 9 Emperor clone. The expression of the cultivator who had attacked earlier changed drastically. He wanted to withdraw and retreat, but it was too late. He was killed by the dueling god's punch. Then, the dueling god charged towards the other 4. "It has nothing to do with us. We didn't attack." The 4 of them shouted with pale faces. "A nest of snakes and rats. How can we forgive them?" The dueling god sneered. He charged towards the 4. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive punches were sent out. The 4 cultivators were directly killed by the dueling god. Then, the dueling god turned into a stream of light and drilled into the young cultivator's body. They really deserved it. Not far away, Lin Feng saw this scene. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an indifferent smile. Those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. Those 5 people wanted to disturb others' cultivation. In the end, they were killed. They deserved to die. They didn't deserve sympathy. Lin Feng also sat cross-legged. He observed the murals. Murals after murals. They flashed through his mind. The ancient ancestors sacrificed. The ancient ancestors prayed for rain. The ancient ancestors hunted. The ancient ancestors fought. All kinds of pictures. They flashed one by one. Slowly, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have entered a mysterious world. This was a world so ancient that it was hard to imagine. There were murderers running rampant everywhere. Lin Feng didn't know where he was. Looking around, it was an ancient forest. There was no end in sight. Roar. In the distant mountains, there were roars of fierce beasts. A giant bear that was over 100 meters tall swept through the forest. Soon after, a 1,000-meter-long centipede stood up. Rumble. The forest shook violently. Lin Feng looked down in shock, not knowing what had happened. At this time, a huge monster stood up. This was a strange beast that was 10,000 feet long. It was unknown what species it was, but it woke up from its slumber. Countless rocks were shaken off by it. What is this place? Am I looking at the murals? Did I enter the world in the murals? Lin Feng frowned. His heart was filled with doubts. 3 days later, Lin Feng came to a mountain village. Wow! Lin Feng hadn't been there for very long when he heard a baby crying in one of the rooms. I gave birth to a son. Chapter 745. When a child was born in the village, a sacrificial ceremony would be held. This was a ceremony that many villages would hold in ancient times. And this mountain village, it was no exception. More than 2,000 people in the village gathered together under the lead of the village chief to worship the heavens. They placed all kinds of offerings and were extremely pious. Then, a ray of divine light shot out from the void. The divine light shone into the child's forehead. This was fortune. After worshiping the heavens, the child would receive the fortune bestowed by the heavens. A golden mark was left between the child's eyebrows. Seeing the golden lightning-like mark, the old village chief was so excited that tears streamed down his face. War God mark. It's actually the war god mark. The entire village was in an uproar. The war god mark was the most powerful kind of fortune. A lucky child who was blessed with the war god mark. He could become a powerful war god in the future. The large tribes within 1,000 miles heard about this matter and sent people to investigate. Then, the entire village was rewarded because of this newborn child. More than 2,000 people in the village moved to the large tribe. 16 years later, among the group of tribe disciples who rode strange beasts back from hunting in the forest, there was a young man who was the most handsome. His name was Xingtian. He was born 16 years ago and had grown up now. He was destined to become a war god. Brother Xingtian. A beautiful girl ran over and personally welcomed Xingtian. This was the daughter of the tribe chief. She had followed Xingtian since she was young. She and Xingtian grew up together. Obviously, perhaps soon, the girl would be betrothed to Xingtian. Under the envious gazes of many people, Xingtian reached out and grabbed the girl's small hand and pulled her onto the strange beast. The girl leaned into Xingtian's arms. Xingtian rode the strange beast and rushed into the distance. Half a year later, in the depths of the mountains, in the Great Lake, there was a shocking immortal treasure. Many experts from ancient large factions came. Those large factions, they were factions that the tribe couldn't compare to. These people from the large factions came for the immortal treasure. The tribe also organized a group of people to go into the depths of the mountains, hoping to find some opportunities that the large factions didn't want. For example, some large factions killed powerful beasts. They didn't want these beasts at all. But these beasts were incomparably precious to the tribe. The immortal treasure appeared. Many great powers were in a chaotic battle. Powerful demonic beasts also appeared. The scene became even more chaotic. Many ferocious beasts participated in the battle and were slaughtered. The people of the tribe had a rich harvest. In the end, the immortal treasure flew away. These major powers chased after him. The tribesmen returned with a large number of demonic beast corpses. A group of people riding strange beasts passed over the tribe. Said a young man when he saw the beautiful woman in the tribe. He was shocked. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in the savage wasteland. I can bring her back and train her to be my slave. I'll definitely enjoy her. The young master had an extremely powerful background. He was a direct descendant of one of the most ancient powers. Their influence was unimaginable. He personally took the girl into his arms. Let me go. The young girl struggled in fear. The tribesmen were enraged and quickly gathered around. The young man's voice was ice cold. Leave none alive. A cultivator beside the young master attacked. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire tribe were slaughtered. The tribe turned into a sea of blood. The young girl was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. The young master took the young girl away. When Xingtian and the others returned, they saw this tragic scene. Everyone was lying in a pool of blood. Xingtian rushed to the ruins like a madman. He found his grandfather, father, mother, sister, and all his family members had died tragically. The others were also frantically looking for their family members. However, everyone was dead. Little Yu, where are you? Xingtian frantically searched for Little Yu. They had gotten engaged last month. The wedding would be held in half a year. Among the countless corpses, he could not find the young girl. Xingtian. A weak voice sounded. A middle-aged man was hanging on to his last breath. He had just woken up. Patriarch. Xingtian ran over and held the middle-aged man in his arms. This was Little Yu's father. It's the people from the grand, divine court. They took Little Yu away. After saying this sentence intermittently, Li Yundong's expression changed. The patriarch completely stopped breathing. The Grand Divine Court. Perhaps everyone knew about this power. The Grand Divine Court was the most terrifying orthodoxy in the world. As for the Grand Divine Court, it was one of the most powerful forces. The Grand Divine Court, we have no hope of taking revenge. The others were crying in grief. In the entire tribe, only the 1,000 people who had entered the depths of the mountains did not die. They buried everyone. Xing Tian left with endless hatred. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to become stronger, to avenge his grandfather, father, mother, sister, relatives, and clansmen. He wanted to find Little Yu. But Xing Tian did not know. That night, Little Yu did not want to be humiliated. Before the young master of the Grand Divine Court wanted to defile her, Little Yu bit her tongue and committed suicide. What bad luck! Throwing the corpse down the cliff to feed the wolves. The young master's eyes were gloomy. 800 years later, Xing Tian came to the Grand Divine Court to investigate what had happened in the past. Finally, he found a clue. The person who had done this back then was a prince of the Grand Divine Court. He was the nephew of the Grand Divine Court's human emperor. Xing Tian sneaked into the imperial capital and captured the other party to interrogate him about what had happened in the past. When he learned that Little Yu had killed herself 100 years ago, Xing Tian cried bitterly and tears of blood flowed out. The prince of the Grand Divine Court begged Xing Tian to spare his life. How could Xing Tian spare him? Xing Tian cut him into 1,000 pieces. But soon, Xing Tian was wanted by the Grand Divine Court. During the long process of fleeing, Xing Tian's cultivation became stronger and stronger. Gradually, many experts gathered around him. Finally, one day, Xing Tian was strong enough. He held the war god axe in his hand and led countless experts to launch the most tragic battle with the Grand Divine Court. This battle could be said to have shaken the heavens. The Grand Divine Court had stood tall for hundreds of millions of years. This force was so strong, it was hard to imagine. But now, Xing Tian dared to challenge the dignity of the Grand Divine Court. This was the first time in hundreds of millions of years. Countless people thought that Xing Tian would definitely die this time. But no one expected that in the first battle, Xing Tian would kill 36 experts of the Grand Divine Court at the Grand Divine Court. He established his reputation as the supreme war god. Kill! Deafening shouts resounded through the sky. Although the number of cultivators on Xing Tian's side was small, under Xing Tian's leadership, their momentum was magnificent. These people killed the cultivators of the Grand Divine Court. They killed gods and Buddhas. Their fighting spirit was like the sea. They were invincible. Lin Feng watched this battle in shock. The cultivators led by Xing Tian were too terrifying. Their cultivation and numbers were not comparable to the Grand Divine Court's. But their fighting spirit was so strong that it could make heaven and earth collapse and shatter the galaxy. Kill! 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 A series of earth-shattering shouts resounded. Every time the word kill was shouted, the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit doubled. This was an unimaginable improvement. The stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their fighting spirit became. In this world, Lin Feng saw Xing Tian's life. From his birth, growing up, falling in love with Xiaoya, losing all his family, leaving alone, experiencing endless pain and suffering, and finally improving his cultivation. Lin Feng did not belong to this world, but he was shocked by the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit in this world. That endless fighting spirit. It was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. He opened his eyes. Lin Feng saw that he had returned to reality from the world in the mural. The moment he opened his eyes, his body emitted a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. That was the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. Lin Feng had actually comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. The moment the heaven-punishing fighting spirit dissipated, in the 9th palace, many cultivators were alarmed. They felt the heaven-punishing fighting spirit emitted from Lin Feng's body. Countless cultivators' faces turned pale. What exactly happened? All the cultivators looked at Lin Feng with pale eyes. They had an illusion. The person standing there did not seem to be a young cultivator.